coffee on the table, but Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, sir.
In the most holy name of Allah, who came to us, the black man and the black woman here in the hills of North America, in the divine person of Master Farad Muhammad, the great Mahdi, and the one God to whom all holy praise is due forever, the Lord of all the worlds. We forever thank him for his coming and for his raising up in our midst a divine leader, a divine teacher, and a divine guide in the personage of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, the last and the greatest messenger of Allah. So it is in their two great names that I would like to greet you once again, my beloved black brothers and sisters, in the nation of Islam's greeting words of peace in the Arabic language, which is indeed the original language of the original black man. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, sir.
All praise is due to Allah for the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. for those of you, and there should always be at least a few, who are not familiar with the greeting words, Assalamu alaikum. They simply mean, when they are translated from the black man's language of Arabic into the white man's language of English, peace be unto you. And for those of you, and there should always be at least a few, who are still holding on to the white man's false, the white man's lying, and the white man's slave-making religion of Christianity. If you were to open your Bible, and if you notice, whenever I come to the microphone, I have a Bible. If you were to open your Bible to the first book called Genesis and turn to the 43rd chapter and look in the 23rd or at the 23rd verse, you will find that the Muslim greeting of Assalamu alaikum is in your Christian Bible. Everybody all right?
Yes.
Why is our Muslim greeting of Assalamu alaikum in your Christian Bible? It is because, as I said, the white man's religion is a false religion. The white man's religion is a lying religion. The white man's religion is a slave-making religion. And the white man's religion is not your religion. The white man's religion is Christianity. Talk black to me. And so you have our Muslim greeting in your Christian Bible because every one of the prophets of your Christian Bible is a prophet that taught our religion, the religion of Islam. Y'all still all right?
Yes, sir.
If you were to further turn the pages of your Bible to the book of Luke, chapter 24 and verse 36, the prophet Jesus that the white man gave you as the author of the religion of Christianity by way of the Father God, Jesus himself greeted the way the Muslims greet.
Come on.
He did not greet the way the Christians greet.
Gee.
Because he was not Christian. Jesus greeted by saying, Assalamu alaikum. But just like in Genesis, the words Assalamu alaikum are translated out of the original language of the Bible into the white man's language of English. So instead of it saying, peace be unto you, in the white man's language, or instead of it saying Assalamu alaikum in the black man's language of Arabic, or Assalamu alaikum in the black man's language of Aramaic, or Ashalom alaikum in the black man's language of Hebrew, it says peace be unto you in the white man's language of English. All three languages, Arabic, Aramaic, Hebrew. The white man has you believing the Old Testament was written in Hebrew. The New Testament was written in Aramaic. And he has you believing that the Holy Quran is not a revelation from God. It is written in Arabic. All three languages are our languages, and the white man bears witness to it when he says that they are Afro-Asiatic tongues.
Come on.
Well, the white man is not an African. The white man is not an Asian. And so when you say Afro-Asiatic, tying you to the continents of Africa and Asia, the white man is not native to either of those continents, Africa nor Asia. So the white man is not Afro-Asiatic. Therefore, the languages of the books, Holy Quran and Bible, are the languages of black people, but not white people. Are you listening to me?
sir.
Why do you believe that white people are a people of God when the languages of the scriptures of God through the prophets of God are not in any of the white man's languages? How did they get into the white man's languages? The white man translated them into the white man's languages. And what did he also do when he translated them out of the black man's languages into his? He gave you imagery. He gave you the images of the prophets of God in his own image.
Come on.
When he gave you Jesus, he gave you a white Jesus. When he gave you Moses, he gave you a white Moses. When he gave you Noah, he gave you a white Noah. When he gave you any of the prophets, he gave you white prophets.
Come on.
Because he wanted you to believe in a white God. Why did he want you to believe in a white God with white prophets? It was because he was trying to trick you, and he did a good job into believing in his white religion. All praise is due to Allah for the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. The white man is a liar. Will you please get that through your thick skull? The white man does not represent the truth. The white man is not a lover of truth. The white man is an enemy of truth. And so the white man has you believing a lie as the truth, that the religion of God and the prophet Jesus is Christianity, and that it's not Islam. The white man has you believing that those of us who believe in Islam do not believe in God. The white man has you believing that those of us who believe in God do not believe in Jesus. And there's no excuse for you to accept what the white man wants you to believe, because you can find us in the streets trying to educate you as to what we believe. You can find us on your cell phones, your iPads, your television screens, trying to educate you on what we believe. But once the white man tells you what we believe, you're not interested in getting our side of the story. You think you know what the Muslims believe because the white man said what we believe. We believe in Jesus, but we don't get our beliefs in Jesus from the white man. You think you believe in Jesus, but you don't believe in Jesus, because you get your beliefs about Jesus from the white man. And the white man has not given you the truth to believe about Jesus. The white man has given you falsehood, lies, distortions, misconceptions about Jesus and about all of the prophets of God and even God himself in the name of Jesus. Are y'all listening to me this afternoon?
Loud and clear, sir.
All praise is due to Allah for the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. We're here to bust up the white man's lies about Jesus. Turn your book to the 20th chapter of St. John. Go down to the 19th verse. Then skip the 20th verse and go down to the 21st verse. What do you find Jesus saying as he greets his disciples? You find him saying in the language that the white man claims he spoke, Aramaic, Assalamu alaikum. He didn't say peace be unto you. He didn't speak English. The white man said he spoke Aramaic. That means he didn't say peace be unto or you. He said Assalamu alaikum. Are y'all listening this afternoon?
Sir.
So in the Old Testament, you have Assalamu alaikum. In the New Testament, you have Assalamu alaikum. In the Holy Quran, you have Assalam alaikum. Let me ask you a question. If Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad were in the same room, do you think think they would be arguing with each other whether Judaism, Christianity, or Islam was the right religion?
No, sir.
Of course they wouldn't. All three prophets, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, came from the same God. All three prophets came with the same religion. They came with different languages, but the different languages they came with belong to the same family. Y'all all right?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Where does the white man fit in with this? He doesn't fit in with this.
Come on.
White people are not a people of God. White people are not the children of God. I know you don't like Muslims talking against white folk. But white folk are what white folk are. White folk ain't what white folk ain't. What white folk are is devils. What white folk ain't are the children of God. White people are not even a natural people.
Come on.
White people were not even created by God.
Go ahead.
White people were grafted from a people that were created by God. What people are created by God? Black people. And white people are a grafted race of people from the original black people. There's nothing natural about being a human being and being Caucasian. There is nothing natural about being a human being and being Caucasian.
Go ahead.
The only way to become a Caucasian is to start with a natural human being. And then by a process of selective breeding
Come on.
called grafting,
Come on, brother.
selectively breed an unnatural man out of the natural black man, and you'll end up with a goddamn white man. Are y'all listening this afternoon?
Loud and clear, sir.
So when we greet you by saying to you, Assalamu alaikum, we're not greeting you in the white man's language. We're greeting you in your own language. We're not greeting you after the way of the white man. We're greeting you in the way of the black man. Black people greet in peace because black people are a people of peace.
Go ahead.
The white man is a man of war. You see what he just did in Venezuela, don't you?
Come on.
You see what he just did in Iran a few months ago, don't you? You see what he's doing in Africa, don't you? Talk black to me. All the white man ever does is create mischief and the shedding of blood.
Come on.
And so the Holy Quran speaks of this cracker where it says, when Allah said to the angel, surely I'm going to place a ruler in the earth. Surely I'm going to place what?
A ruler.
Where?
In the earth.
In the earth.
Come on.
So he's not in the earth yet. But when he get there, he's going to rule it. Right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
He ain't taking no damn orders. He giving orders. He ain't following nobody. He's leading everybody.
Come on.
He's a ruler. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Now, what kind of ruler who ain't in the earth yet, but he's getting ready to be placed there? So says Allah, God. What kind of ruler is this? Is it a spirit?
No, sir.
Is it a man?
Man.
It's a man. What kind of man? The Holy Quran says a man that will create mischief and shed blood. A mischief-making, blood-shedding man who's going to be a ruler. So, what will characterize his power, his dominion, what will characterize his rule, his leadership, is the making of mischief and the shedding of blood. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
man ruled the black man?
Yes, sir.
Has the white man ruled the brown man?
Yes, sir.
Has the white man ruled the red man and the yellow man?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rule was the white man's rule of black, brown, red, and yellow? What kind of rule was it? Was it a rule of mischief making?
Yes, sir.
Was it a rule of bloodshedding?
Yes, sir.
Then the white man is the mischief-making, blood-shedding ruler that God placed in the earth. Y'all all right?
Yes, sir.
This ain't no rocket science. I don't give a damn what you Sunni Orthodox Muslims or silly Orthodox Muslims have to say about our interpretation of the Holy Quran. This book, Quran, Orthodox Muslim,
Come on.
needs to be interpreted. There are nearly 100, if not more, different sects. S-E-C-T-S, sects. For you Christians, that's our word for denomination.
Right.
There are at least 80. There are nearly, if not actually, nearly, if not more, than 100 different sects of Islam. Why? Because each sect has their own interpretation of the Holy Quran. Are y'all listening to me?
Loud and clear, sir.
I want to refer you Orthodox Muslims to chapter 3 of the Holy Quran. It is called Al-Amran, or the family of Imran. Y'all listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the very first section, we have rule of interpretation. Rule. You don't get to interpret it any way you feel like it. There is a rule that you are supposed to follow when you go to interpret the Quran.
That's real.
And if you follow it, if everybody follows it, you won't have many different sects or denominations of Islam. Talk black to me.
Great.
You don't have multiple sects of Islam unless everybody except one has broken the rules of interpreting the Holy Quran.
Go ahead.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Allah, there is no God but He, the ever-living, the self-subsisting, by whom all subsist. He has revealed to thee the book with truth. What book is he talking about? He's talking about the scripture of the Holy Quran. He has revealed the book.
Come on.
With truth, meaning it deals with the current situation and circumstance that is presented. It deals with all of the issues of the current time.
Come on.
And I would be speaking of 1400 years ago. This is what Allah is saying when he says with truth. Meaning, I'm revealing the book because I need to reveal the book.
Sure.
I'm not revealing the book in spite of the fact that Jesus has already come with the scripture that's good enough for the people, and I'm coming with something new to contradict Jesus. Yes, Jesus was given scripture. Yes, the scripture that Jesus was given is the truth. But over the past 2,600 years, no, that would be up until today. We're talking about 1,400 years ago. But over the past 600 years, Allah is saying to Muhammad, the truth that was given to Jesus has been tampered with. It has had falsehood added to it. It has had some of the truth of it withdrawn from it, taken from it.
Yes, sir.
And so now I got to send you, Muhammad, with the truth that will correct the errors that those who are coming in the name of Jesus have brought to the truth that I gave to Jesus. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
So I'm giving you a book, Muhammad, and I'm giving it to you with truth. What I gave to Jesus won't do no more. Because what I gave to Jesus ain't even here no more. It's been hidden. It's been diluted. It's been mixed. It's been tampered with. It's been stepped on. Talk black to me, to my drug dealing niggas. It's been stepped on. It ain't that good no more. It ain't that pure no more. Are you listening to me? What I gave to Jesus was top shelf. But what you got in the name of Jesus is that mid, shawty. Talk black to me. Verifying that which is before it.
Yes, sir.
Verifying that which is before it. So Allah says to Muhammad, what I'm giving you now,
Yes, sir.
is to verify what I gave to those before you. It verifies it. So as a Christian, why you don't want no Quran? The Quran verifies Jesus.
Come on.
The Quran verifies Moses.
Come on.
The Quran verifies all the prophets.
Yes, sir.
What you rejecting the Quran in the name of any prophet for? Are you listening to me?
Go ahead. Teach.
And this is God talking to Muhammad. He revealed the Torah and the gospel.
Yes, sir. Come on.
Whoever Muhammad got this book from was not trying to turn Muhammad against Jesus. He wasn't trying to turn Muhammad against Moses.
Come on.
So why in the hell do you damn Jews say we against Moses? Why do you knucklehead Christians say we against Jesus? When our own book says that our God Allah revealed to Moses and Jesus.
Come on.
Are you listening to me? All right.
Teach.
A guidance for the people, and he sent the discrimination. Those who disbelieve in the messages of Allah, for them is a severe chastisement. Did it say those who disbelieve in the message of Allah?
No, sir.
If it said those who disbelieve in the message, it would mean if you disbelieve in the Quran only. But it says those who disbelieve in the messages. It's saying if you believe in Muhammad but don't believe in Jesus, you ain't right.
Come on.
If you believe in Muhammad and don't believe in Moses, you ain't right.
Come on.
But if you believe in Moses and don't believe in Muhammad, if you believe in Jesus but don't believe in Muhammad, if you believe in Moses but don't believe in Jesus, you ain't right.
Go ahead.
You got to believe in Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Or for you is a severe chastisement, and Allah is mighty, the Lord of retribution. Y'all listening to me?
Yes, sir.
In verse 7 it says, he it is who has revealed the book to thee. Some of its verses, all of them?
Some.
All of them.
Some.
Some of its verses are decisive.
Yes, sir.
Are all the verses of the Quran so clear, so plain, so decisive that you can't get it twisted? No. Some of the verses
Yes, sir.
are decisive.
Yes, sir.
You can't get it twisted.
Right.
You can't read the Holy Quran and interpret it in a way that allows you to eat pork chops.
Come on.
The verses about pork are too plain.
Yes, sir.
You can't walk away with no Holy Quran and no chitlins. The verses about pork are too plain.
Go ahead.
Some of its verses are decisive. You can't take them no other way but one way.
Go ahead.
So why are so many of us confused about the Holy Quran?
Good question.
Of the decisive verses, it says they are the basis of the book. You are to base your interpretation of all the verses of the Quran on the verses of the Quran that you can't take no other way.
Go ahead.
Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir. Teach. Come on.
Then it says, and others are allegorical.
Yes, sir.
They're not decisive. They're allegorical.
Yes, sir.
They say one thing, but they mean another thing.
Come on.
They say one thing, but mean another thing. Y'all listening to me?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's how you get different denominations. That's how you get different interpretations.
Right.
You get different denominations and interpretations from looking at verses that say one thing but mean another thing, which means you can take what it says this way, that way, or another way.
Yes, sir.
Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
All praise is due to Allah for the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. That being the case, there has to be a rule. Right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then those in whose hearts is perversity. Wait a minute. Where do you get denominations from? Where do you get confusion from? The heart. Not the book, but the hearts of those who read the book.
Go ahead.
If the heart ain't right, there's perversity in it.
Go ahead.
Those whose hearts ain't right follow the part of it which is allegorical. Meaning all these different sects of Islam are based on those following the allegorical verses of the Quran.
Go ahead.
The verses that can be taken one way or another.
Right.
Not the basis of the book.
Right.
But the verses of the book that are not the basis of the book. Now, why do they do this? The Holy Quran says, seeking to mislead and seeking to give it their own interpretation.
Come on.
Are you listening to me? Then it says this, and none knows its interpretation save Allah.
That's right.
And those firmly rooted in knowledge.
Go ahead.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
Y'all all right?
Yes, sir.
That's the rule of interpretation. The rule of interpretation is when you come to verses that are allegorical and you're trying to figure out what they actually mean, how to interpret those verses.
Yes, sir.
You go to the verses that are not allegorical, the basis of the book, the ones that are decisive. What does decisive mean? When you're dealing with something decisive, what's the root word of decisive? Decide. Well, what do you have to decide? What a verse that could mean this or it could mean that, you got to make a decision. You got to decide, is it this or is it that? So if you need to make a decision, you go to verses that are deciding, verses that are decisive. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
That's how you interpret allegorical verses. Now, before I bring up Minister Kevin, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad said before I came up to open up, there is so much confusion today.
Oh, man. Go ahead.
Say that, brother.
There is so much confusion today.
Say it.
and the people's minds or hearts
Come on.
are clouded with that confusion.
That's right.
Therefore, it is hard to get the truth to the people,
Very hard.
especially the truth of the time. We think it's time to argue over nationality.
Right. Right.
That's what we think it's time for.
Right.
Go ahead.
We think it's time to argue over other things besides nationality. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
What we don't realize is the truth of the time is that we are living in a time when Allah, God, will destroy the very land that we stand upon.
That part.
That part.
Go ahead.
The truth of the time is we in Atlanta right now.
That's right.
And Atlanta will soon not be here no more.
Tell it.
And if we're here when Atlanta is taking the hell up out of here, we going up out of here with Atlanta.
Tell it.
Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir. Teach.
You want to argue with us, the Nation of Islam, about various things. Well, the argument is going to be settled. Because we won't be here to argue. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Some of us won't be here because we will be in some place safe from what's going to happen here.
Come on.
And the only ones, nobody else, I don't give a damn what you believe. If you don't believe in Elijah Muhammad, you won't be with those who are believers in Elijah Muhammad.
Praise be to Allah. That's right.
Y'all listening to me?
Yes, sir.
If you are not with the Nation of Islam, the followers of Elijah Muhammad, and no other leader of no other Nation of Islam, you will still be here when God brings his wrath here. And that will settle the damn argument of which one of us is right, because we'll be safe. Elijah's followers will be safe. Everybody else's followers, no exceptions at all, will not be safe. Now take that or let it alone.
Come on.
Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
But don't you be the average, typical goddamn nigga and try to alibi your way out of it. I didn't know. No,
Liar.
that loud, foul-mouthed nigga Eric told you. So don't act like you didn't know. I told you I don't give a damn who you follow, what you believe,
Go ahead.
what group you belong to, what ideology you subscribe to. If you ain't with Elijah, you one dead nigga, and that's it.
Straight up.
I made it plain. I didn't come up here with no political crap. I didn't come up here and make it seem like, well, you know, we all united and hell no. Eric made it plain. You can't follow nobody else but Elijah Muhammad and get out of what's going to happen to America.
Teach the truth.
Y'all listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Now, all you other ministers that want to be political and diplomatic about that, you give these niggas an excuse. Eric takes it away. And that's why you'll get mad and not want to deal with Eric. Talk black to me. You'll want to watch some other minister. And I'm going to give you another minister today. You ain't got to watch me today, goddammit. I'm going to give you somebody else. Y'all all right?
Yes, sir. Oh, my God.
All praise is due to Allah for the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Who is the somebody else I'm going to give you? I'm going to give you to somebody else that gave you me. Y'all listening to me?
Loud and clear.
Blame him. I would be a broken-hearted, disgruntled former minister of Louis Farrakhan if I didn't run into him
Come on.
and those others that he introduced me to. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
But he took time with me. And he explained to me what was explained to him by ministers who were made ministers by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all listening to me?
Yes, sir.
I ain't no self-made minister.
Mm.
I'm not no pop-tart nigga.
Just popped up out of
I didn't pop up and set no temple up, fool.
Toaster Street.
Y'all all right?
Yes, sir.
I was a minister under Farrakhan.
Yes,
And I
sir.
still didn't set no temple up. Y'all all right?
Yes, sir.
I didn't set a temple up until Minister Kevin introduced me to ministers of the messenger who were trained by the messenger. Are you listening to me? Then he shared with me what they shared with him about how to properly represent the messenger. That's when I stood up.
Come on.
That's when I took on the duties of a minister again.
Come on.
And the first two meetings of Muhammad's Temple number 15
Yes.
under the leadership
Yes.
of Elijah Muhammad
Yes.
were presided over by a minister trained by Elijah Muhammad,
Go ahead.
Minister David Bacha,
Go ahead.
working in conjunction with Minister John Muhammad. Are y'all listening to me?
Yes, sir.
I'm not talking about the messenger's brother. Minister John Muhammad, first of Springfield, Massachusetts, and then San Francisco, California. Are y'all listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Minister David was closer to Atlanta in Huntsville than Minister John in Chicago. So the decision was made to have Minister David come down and handle the meeting and to show me how to properly represent the messenger. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir. Teach.
Minister Kevin, weren't you at both?
At least one of them.
I know you were at the first one.
I was at the first.
Minister
one.
Kevin was there. It was in the living room of my house, not the mall in Washington.
No.
Minister Bacha didn't call no 1 million niggas to Washington.
Nope.
2 million niggas didn't show up.
Nope.
Here's a man who was one of the messenger's top ministers. Are you listening to me?
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Come into my little living room. That's a humble man. He didn't need no great hall
Right.
with hundreds and thousands of people in it.
Say it.
He came to my living room
Go ahead.
and taught the life-giving teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad to those of us who wanted to learn those teachings. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
He came down 2 times. And then after the second time, he said to me, okay, you can take it from here. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So you can miss me with that self-made minister BS, nigga.
Right.
Miss me with that. You want me to be self-made because you can't handle me.
Exactly.
I'll bury you with the teachings of Islam. I'll bury your punk ASSS with the training of Islam.
Bye.
You can't do nothing with me. Are you listening to me?
Get out.
And if you think I'm just loudmouth talking trash, let's prove it.
Jump.
Straight up. Ain't nobody talking about fighting. Nigga, try to out-teach me. Try to out-train me.
Right.
Try to out-perform me.
Right.
Or shut the hell up about me.
Right.
Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Miss me with all that garbage. Kevin Ali ain't no self-made minister.
No, sir.
Eric ain't no self-made minister.
No, sir.
We didn't just pop up out of nowhere because we was mad at Farrakhan.
Exactly.
I ain't mad at you, Minister Farrakhan. I'm not your friend no more.
Go ahead.
said, follow Farrakhan. And then we said, no. This is what these idiots think we doing.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
We in our damn 60s.
Right.
Got time for that?
You're right, sir.
We about 15 minutes from a cane and a wheelchair.
Right.
And these stupid niggas think we just, man, that Farrakhan.
Right.
Y'all all right?
Yes, sir.
Hell no. No self-made ministers here. We were made ministers by ministers who were made ministers by the messenger.
And the work.
Talk black to me.
Go ahead.
Everybody still all right?
Yes, sir.
Unbelievable. We are here because we don't want to change anything. We want the teachings to be what they were up until 1975.
Yes, sir.
We want the training to stay what it was up to 1975.
Yes, sir.
We want the program to be the same as it was up to 1975.
It worked.
We want what the messenger left us. We don't want nothing added to it.
Nope.
We don't want nothing taken from it.
Nope.
We don't want no modifications, no adjustments, no nothing. We want it all Elijah and nothing but Elijah.
Go ahead.
All praise is due to Allah for the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. We have a right to make a decision that what Elijah Muhammad left us on February the 25th, 1975 is better than what Farrakhan brought us later on, than what Wallace brought us later on, his son Wallace, than what any of these other Nation of Islam leaders have brought us since the messenger.
You're right, sir.
We have looked at what you other Nation of Islam leaders have brought us. And we have looked at what Elijah Muhammad left us. We got a right to decide we're going to stick with Elijah.
Right.
We got a right to weigh what you have taught, what you have brought to what the messenger left and say, you know what? What Elijah left is better.
Go ahead.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
Why would you hate us for that? That's our right to decide that. Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you want to go with these other Nation of Islam, that's your business. But don't try to stop us from staying with Elijah. Now, having said that, let's bring up to the microphone a minister of Elijah Muhammad, made a minister by a minister, made a minister by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, who's going to take you into what we should be arguing about.
Go ahead.
Who's going to take you, yes, truth over falsehood,
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
fast, feast.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's what we should be arguing about. Whether or not the fast is over and the feast begins.
Go ahead.
Let us at this time bring before you Minister Kevin Ali from Charlotte, North Carolina, with a healthy round of applause.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, sir.
In the holy name of Almighty God Allah, who came to us in the person of one Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. The finder, the life giver, he to whom all holy praises are due forever, and to whom we forever give thanks and praise for our divine leader, teacher, and most humble guide, the messenger of Allah to us all.
Go ahead.
The honorable and humble Elijah Muhammad, I greet you once again in our nation's greetings of peace and of paradise. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, sir.
Again, let us give our host minister, Minister Eric Muhammad, a well-deserved round of applause, not only for that introduction and laying the foundation of the teachings of Islam and the lessons for today, but for the hard work that and sacrifice that he has endured over the last 25 or 30 years so that we can have a nice place for you to visit, also to have a nice place for us to broadcast from, one we can be proud of. Small but humble, but it is a place we can be proud of. How many of us who grew up in New Jersey remember all those Italians and those Irish sitting in front of their little humble coffee shops? Yeah. Lounges. Sitting out there in their track suits, sipping on lattes. Well, not lattes. What do you call that strong coffee? Yeah, sipping on espresso in their track suits with their gold chains and their gold jewelry.
Social club.
And their social clubs and they wife beaters. I remember when I played Little League Baseball in Orange, New Jersey. One of the coaches was I played for OYA, which was the Orange Youth Association. One of the other teams was FMBA, Firemen's Benevolent Association. And Big Sal was the coach or the manager of FMBA. Young Big Sal was kind of young.
Right.
I never realized why Big Sal had so much time during the day. And why Big Sal used to drive around one of them brand new Eldorado.
Yeah, gangster.
You never knew what Big Sal did. We didn't know then.
Right.
But Big Sal, he was giving back to the youth.
They don't tell you what they're doing.
They don't tell you what they were doing.
Exactly.
Big Sal was like Tony Soprano and them sitting in front of Satrials on that beef place. That's a real place in Newark.
Go ahead.
So they ran cities, they ran things, they ran politicians from little humble storefronts.
Yep.
So this ain't nothing. This is something that we should be proud of.
Right.
And you should hit like and subscribe and share. And you should make a donation to the Cash App of Muhammad's Temple number 15 so that we can continue this great work. So yeah, we are here to represent to you the truth that Allah gave to Messenger Elijah Muhammad. And when we say Allah, we mean Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. So many of you get tripped up when the messenger says Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. That is not a preposition of location. That is an identification of who Allah is. Many of you go to the dentist. I do too. And my dentist over the last 25 years, in the person of Dr. Stout. See what that means right there? That's an old school English way of saying who the definite article is, the actual person.
Go ahead.
Come on.
So you get tripped up over that. And a wise, snaky scientist like Wallace help you trip over that. How come you didn't trip over when the messenger just straight out said many times in his books, Allah, Master Farad Muhammad? How come you didn't get tripped up over that? Oh, that's not in none of the books. Oh, yes, it is. It's in How to Eat to Live.
Come on.
It's in Fall of America.
Come on.
It's in Our Savior Has Arrived.
Yes, sir.
It's in what's the other book I mentioned? Message to the Black Man. It's in there straight up. Allah, Master Farad Muhammad.
Go ahead.
When Messenger Elijah Muhammad says, and this is the most important thing we can get over to you, who God is. He's a man.
Yes, sir.
And one of your brothers was raised to be his messenger. So when we say Allah, we mean Master Farad Muhammad. We're not talking about no body jumping spook. God has always been a man.
Yes, sir.
He raised a messenger for us. I mean, when the messenger says, and the door, and the scripture says, the book says that he would have a knock on the door, and whosoever would let him in. And I was one who let him in. Let who in, dear holy apostle? Allah! I ate with Allah.
Go ahead.
I rode around in the Ford town car of Allah.
Teach.
Well, who the messenger talking about? Is some spook driving them around Hamtramck, Detroit? No.
Come on.
Master Farad Muhammad.
Yes, sir.
Allah in person. And the Holy Quran backs us up in this. I forget the exact quote, is in there several times. But the person of God endures forever.
Go ahead.
The person of God, yeah, Allah has always been a man. This is why the Holy Quran says the person has endured forever. Not that an individual lives forever. Messenger teaches us in how to eat to live that the wise gods, the wise holy scientists of Islam can live 100, 200, 300, nearly 1,000 years. And we're going to get into that. How do they live nearly 1,000 years? Because the fast is over.
Go ahead.
They've been fasting. Now the feast begins. Praises are due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
That's right.
Yeah.
Before I get into my subject, I usually come here and forget what my subject is. My wife was helping me write the subject on the way down.
Praise be to Allah.
I told my wife, what are you as a new believer? What, because sometimes we get all caught up in
Right.
super heavy duty high science. I have a bad habit of doing that sometimes. I said, well, what does a new believer want to hear? What is somebody who never heard this before? They want to know about their nationality.
Go ahead.
They want to know about who they are, what their land is,
Teach.
what their birthright is,
Teach.
what God wants from them, and what God is going to bring to them. I said, put that down in my notes. So she put it right down in my notes.
Teach.
Smart move.
And before I get to the introduction and then getting into the subject, I did want to say on camera that we, the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, are still missing our brother in Philadelphia, Rahman Dustin Ali, of Muhammad's Temple number 12 in Philadelphia, under Minister Al-Mutaqwan Ali. Brother Rahman Dustin Ali is his assistant minister. We have not heard from nor seen our brother since December 21st.
Wow.
We are asking anyone who knows anything about our brother's disappearance.
Yes, sir.
If you know anything, you better say something. If you have any information, you better bring it to us, to the temple in Philadelphia, or right now, the Caucasians, police detectives have an active case looking for our brother. Now, I said you better do it if you know anything.
Go ahead.
If you had anything to do with the disappearance of our brother, you better say something, and say it now. If you don't, I pray our God, Master Farad Muhammad, not just punish you, chastise you with a horrible chastisement.
Go ahead.
You better pray that you had nothing to do with our brother. We are humble people in your midst. If there's anything like a Muslim follower of Elijah Muhammad being a citizen in this country, if there's anything like it, I'm not saying there is, but if there is anything like us being a citizen of this country, We the best citizen that there could be of this country.
Go ahead.
We teach our people to obey your laws.
Go ahead.
We teach our people to be a better people. We teach our people to be humble in your midst. We teach our people to not cause no trouble, to stop doing drugs, to stop thieving, to stop whoring, to stop selling drugs. We teach our people this is the best citizen that America could ever hope for. A follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Now, I'm not saying that we're citizens. I'm not saying that. But if we were, we're the best citizen America could think of. If you would treat us right and give us some of this land, some of this earth that we could call our own, that is fertile and minerally rich and has access to a waterway that has access to the ocean so that we can engage in international trade and commerce with other civilized nations.
Come on.
If you would give this to us, then we might be a worthy ally of yours. Well, what if we don't give it to you? Well, my book says, both the poison book and the Holy Quran, that Allah will take the kingdom from whom he please. And he'll give it to whom he please.
Go ahead.
He will take the top rung of the ladder and bring it down and pull the bottom rung of the ladder and bring it up. This is the Lord's doing, and it's wonderful in our eyes.
That's right.
Whether you give it to us or not, our God is going to take it from you
Yes, sir.
and give it to us.
Go ahead.
Come on.
Yes, sir.
So it behooves you to do it voluntarily. We're asking you for this. Messenger Elijah Muhammad, we are asking you for this. Been asking you for this since at least 1930. And you keep stonewalling why it can't be done. But yet we watch you spend millions, billions of dollars with your hegemony against the darker peoples of the earth. I don't want to get into that yet. So you would do well, if you know anything, to step forward now, voluntarily, if you know anything. Somebody out there knows something.
That's right.
As to what happened to our brother. I tell you what, let you touch and make one of us disappear here. We will not sleep until we find you.
Go ahead.
We will go to every alleyway. We will go to every hood. We will shake down every thug who thinks they're thugging. You ain't never been punked till you've been punked by an FOI. And we will make you find for us who made our brother or sister disappear, even if you had nothing to do with it.
Go ahead.
And then we'll pray to our God and he kills you. See if we're playing. You might take one of us out, but we will take some of you with us. So I issue out that plea on behalf of our brother and his family, Minister Rahman Dustin Ali. And I make that promise to you, all of the believers of Muhammad's Temple number 15, whether they're here presently or where they are around the country.
Yes, sir.
Leave us alone.
Go ahead.
And now I'm going to issue out a challenge to anyone who thinks that what we are teaching, any student minister out there who follows some fake, made-up Messiah, if you follow that fake, made-up Messiah, I'm saying we, but let me say this because I didn't check with Minister Muhammad. I challenge you to a debate to prove what we say is wrong concerning that and to prove what you say is right about that from the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We're sick of arguing with these little knots on the law.
Go ahead.
Little nobodies who popped up out of nowhere. No, bring me your leaders.
Go ahead.
Bring us your student ministers. Bring me Dr. Wesley. I know Dr. Wesley. I've met him several times. I spoke to him. He's a tremendous scholar. I'll bury Dr. Wesley with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Go ahead.
I'll body Dr. Wesley in a brotherly way. I respect the work of Dr. Wesley, but I'll body him with it. Tell him I said so. You come out, Dr. Wesley came out there yapping and crapping and brain farting on Sinetta's program with God knows who. Come before the ministers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, student minister. I don't care who it is, Dr. Wesley, whoever you think is the best student minister over there, bring him to us. Nuri Muhammad, bring him to us.
Come on.
We challenge him. Can I say we, brother minister? Tony Muhammad on the West Coast. Not trying to be disrespectful, I forget his Abdul Malik. Abdul Malik Muhammad, formerly known as bring us Tony Muhammad, the Scientology Muslim. Bring him to us so we can challenge him on the basis of that madness being added to our teachings. Bring us Ishmael Muhammad.
Oh, Lord.
8 years old, teaching on the theology of time in 1972.
Go ahead.
2023, don't know who to pray to. Bring him to us. Tell him I said so. The minister's class of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Challenge him. We must condemn this madness in the public.
Go ahead.
So that the public don't think that we're going along with this madness that you're teaching. It's about that time for him to go to the wheel now. He got one, this nigga had one more thing to do before going to the wheel for 30 years now. God damn, when the hell is he gonna do it? Who else? Kadir in DC, bring him to us. See, Ed, you low-hole knots on the totem pole that nobody knows you and you don't know who we are. Every name that I've said so far, they know us well.
Jesus.
Not that they're anybody for, but I'm just, they know who we are. You dummies don't. Tell them to say something about us.
Jesus.
Tell them I challenge them. We challenge them.
They don't want that.
You punks.
They don't want that.
Islam thrives on opposition. You running scared. Bring Rodney from Philadelphia to us. I don't know if he has a Muslim name now. Although he ain't no worthy challenger. He couldn't even deal with an ice maker 12 years ago. Gino Jennings bodied Rodney. Man run out the building. An ice maker. When the hell did a minister of Messenger Elijah Muhammad ever get bodied by a preacher? Who else is out there? Abdul Sharif, right here in Atlanta. Bring him to us. Tell him we said so. They so worried about 15, they got to bring in guest ministers.
Wow. Go ahead.
What's the one in New Orleans? Not Jeffrey.
Willie.
Brother Willie. Bring Willie Muhammad to us. Student minister, we challenge you. Our brother, Dr. Abdul Alim Muhammad of Mosque number 4, formerly a student and FOI under Minister David Bacha in Temple number 5 in Cincinnati is now calling out the madness that you all are doing over there. Been doing it for a while now. None of y'all saying a damn thing. What the hell kind of minister are you? Well, you're not a minister. You're a student minister. Don't matter. Good enough for me. We challenge any of y'all to a debate. Any name that I forgot, we challenge you to a debate. Now, there's a caveat. We're not debating with some low hoe on the totem pole. You got to have some track record.
Come on.
Oh, Abel, the Hispanic minister, bring that. Bring him to us. Bunch of Bible-toting, smiling, no fire left in you. The word of the last messenger is a two-edged sword.
Go ahead.
That cuts both houses of Israel, the Jew and the Gentile, and their imps. The messenger of Allah is a stone of stumbling. If you trip and fall on that stone, it will pick you up and say, "Oh, poor brother. Are you okay, brother? Did you skin your knee, dear brother? Oh, beloved, did you injure yourself?" No, I don't say that. You trip over that stone of stumbling, which is the last messenger. What does it do, brother Gerard? It grinds you into powder. You fell down.
Go ahead. Teach.
Oh, dear brother, you fell. Might I, your believing brother, reacheth down with a handeth of brotherhood to pulleth thou up from thou stumbling. No, it grinds you to power. Bring them to us. All you low hoes on the totem pole, opening your damn mouth about what we're doing from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Bring your student minister to us and tell them we challenge them to a debate. And when they back down, that should be word to you what's really in their heart. Fear. They scared. They can't defend what it is they teach.
Go ahead.
So every time I come to Muhammad's Temple number 15, I'm in a competition with Minister Eric Muhammad. Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
No, did y'all know that? For real.
Oh, sir.
Every time I come here,
Put me up one game.
I try to lay down the bombest lecture that I've ever given.
Go ahead.
Every time I come. I'm trying to lay it down so that he like, all praises to Allah. And then he, well, damn. Oh, okay. You're trying to lay it down. Yeah. So then he'll come back. And next he give, that he'll lay it down even harder.
Go ahead.
And I'll be listening to it. You listen to his lecture? Yes! How the hell are you gonna be a Muslim when you ain't getting taught?
Go ahead, say
And
that.
I'm listening to him for 8 hours straight teaching. And I'm like, well, damn. He laid it down. Man, he just blew what I said out the water. Let me get it.
Study it, man.
Why? The ministers that trained us said, including the one who originally trained Minister Muhammad, Minister Keith Muhammad, that we always have righteous competition.
Real talk, right there.
We compete with one another
That part.
to make each other better.
Go ahead.
See, some of y'all ain't never did nothing in life.
Go ahead.
You wasn't even good in sport and play. Your brother was pretty good in sport and play.
Go ahead.
I mean, Yo, brother Gerard,
Yes, sir.
your brother could hoop back in the day.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
I can lay it down.
Teach.
Do any of you all remember the University of Louisville?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What the car-
20, 15, 20, 25 years ago.
Go.
Remember Milt Wagner,
Mm.
Billy Thompson,
Yeah, old school fans. Yeah.
Kevin Wall,
Wow.
and who was Kevin Wall's daddy? And then Milt Wagner's son, DeJuan Wagner. They all went to Louisville.
Okay, yes, sir.
Guess what high school they came from?
Not yours.
Camden High School in New Jersey.
No. Really?
They all went to Camden High School in New Jersey, including, remember the running back from Nebraska, Mike Rozier?
Yes, sir.
He went to Camden High School in New Jersey.
Go ahead.
I did not know that, man.
Guess who balled with most of them in Camden, New Jersey? The current minister of Camden, New Jersey, Minister Wasim. He was a scholarship athlete at the University of New Mexico.
Wow.
Teach.
Teach that history.
And his center at the University of New Mexico was, guess who? Luke Longley. Yes, that Luke Longley, who was the center on the Bulls with Michael Jordan.
Yes, sir. Teach.
So this minister know all these. Okay, well, see, we shouldn't be bragging on ourselves. But I'm gonna brag on myself. So Milt Wagner was first team All-State in 1981. Billy Thompson was first team All-State in 1991. And Walter Dinky Proctor was All-State. I can't remember the other two off the top of my head. That was the All-State from the Newark Star Ledger, the big paper in New Jersey. Then they would break it down. Group four schools were the big schools. Group 3, Group 2, Group 1 were the smaller schools. Then they broke it down to parochial schools or Catholic schools. And then they broke it down to private schools.
Yes, sir.
So this guard, Walter Dinky Proctor, and he was recruited by North Carolina State by Jim Valvano. He was 6'8", and he was the high school version in New Jersey of Magic Johnson. He was a 6'8" point guard. He used to go up against he played Camden and Billy Thompson several times, and I think they beat him once, but in other words, this private school could ball.
Yes, sir.
He was in my league. I went to a private school.
Yes, sir.
So the first team private school, I can't remember everybody on it right now. Kevin Thigpen was one. Walter Dinky Proctor was, of course, first team private school because he was first team All-State.
Go ahead.
Guess who else was on the first team of that All-State private basketball? Guess who was on the first team also?
Not you.
Huh?
Not you.
Yours truly. Kevin Tisdale.
Teach.
I went to an all-white school. We went to the finals of the championship. But two of the bench players, this is our sidebar of sport and play. Two of my bench players were also platform tennis players. So the night before, they played in the World Platform Tennis Championships, and they got drunk. And they showed up for the game still drunk and still hungover. I know some of my classmates are watching right now. And those particular two, I ain't gonna say who you was, but you know I'm telling the truth.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
And he showed up hungover and drunk. So my moment of glory was robbed of me. Devil always robbing the black man of something. What the hell is Kevin Ali talking about? I was captain 2 years in a row. Junior year, I made third team All-State. Senior year, I made first team All-State. I was captain 2 years in a row. How is a captain picked? A captain is picked by his peers, by the members of the team, not the coach.
Go ahead.
It's picked by the members of the team. I was one of the first 2-year captains, 2 years in a row. I think I was the first one ever at that time. Up until that school moved from downtown Newark in 1965 and moved to Livingston, and had been there a little over almost 20 years when they picked me as captain. What does this have to do with anything?
Keep teaching.
None of you have ever had any success, any leadership. Whether you're leading men on the basketball team, a football team, in the Boy Scouts, in the Army, you got to have some leadership skills. You mohos on the totem pole ain't never busted a grape in nothing.
Come on.
Now you're going to tell the minister of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad what to do. I've drawn on those leadership skills that I learned in sports somewhat, and brought those skills to the Temple of Islam, where they were refined, where they were honed, not to make people players of sport and play, to make them brave fighters. All praises are due to Allah, willing to lay down their life for Allah's sake and righteousness.
Go ahead.
So I said all that to say, you got to have a track record to debate us. You got to be the minister of a temple.
So, right.
Or if you're not the minister of a temple, like Wesley,
Right.
like Dr. Wesley, like Abel, who's not, if you're not the minister of the temple, we got to at least see your lecture down on tape. We got to at least know that you got a little bit of intelligence, and you're not going to just get up there running your mouth and cutting us off, do all kind of stupid stuff. That's why when I debated, and it wasn't even really a debate, that's why when I was on the program a couple of days ago, people would say, why didn't you body him? Why didn't you do this? Because I'm trying to be civilized. Trying to out-talk and over-talk somebody who wants to hog the mic, that's a sign that you have a weak position. So if you're going to try and out-talk and dominate, you're telling me you have a weak position. I'm going to let you keep your weak position and let you have all the time that you want. Till I realize it's almost 10 minutes to 8, and it might be cutting off in 10 minutes. Then I say, hold on, can I get a little time back, please? And the brother yielded. So we challenge all you student ministers in the other camp talking about keep it Messiah and that this nigga is the Messiah. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us who the Messiah was for 44 public years, then this nigga come along. He's a Messiah because he can draw 2 million niggas out to a picnic. Come on, man. That ain't the standard of success. Messenger Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Master Farad Muhammad, the most powerful, wisest God who ever lived, would climb a mountain 40 miles high just to teach one of us. He don't need 2 million, he just need one. He didn't have to teach 1 million to make his word bond in North America. He taught one of us. Our messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Nobody was taught by God except for Messenger Elijah Muhammad. Though many people met the man that I'm talking about, who Messenger Elijah Muhammad later told them was God, was Allah in person, the long-awaited Messiah of the Christians and the Mahdiah of the Muslims. The messenger's brothers didn't know that that was Allah. The messenger's family didn't know that that was Allah. Kamat didn't know that that was Allah. Augustus did not know that that was Allah. So therefore, if they didn't know it was Allah, they could not have been taught by Allah. Is this making any sense? Of course it's not making sense because you don't want it to make sense. You want to write your man in where he don't belong. So I'm going to start, well, not quite start, but I'm going to preface by asking you a simple question. Who are the Muslims? For the time that Messenger Elijah Muhammad published his first magazine, The Final Call to Islam, and published the 2 booklets, Supreme Wisdom Volume 1 and Volume 2, and then later, the Muhammad Speaks newspaper. He had the Muslim program on full display. And it says what the Muslims want and what the Muslims believe. Now, here's the question I'm asking all you dummies out there. And I'm asking intelligent people as well. The intelligent people, I suspect, are going to get where I'm going. You dummies don't want to know where I'm going and can't figure out where I'm going. You follow a made-up Messiah. Who are the Muslims that Messenger Elijah Muhammad is referring to when he says what the Muslims want and what the Muslims believe? The Muslim program. I'll wait. Who are the Arab Muslims in Arabia? Wrong. That's not who the Muslims are according to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The Arab Muslims in Arabia, this is completely foreign to them. This is haram. This Muslim program is haram. So Messenger Elijah Muhammad wasn't referring to nobody in Arabia when he said what the Muslims want and what the Muslims believe. Oh, he was talking about contestant number 2. Who are the Moors? Messenger Elijah Muhammad wasn't talking about no Moors who dominated and ruled Spain for 700 to 800 years, original black people from northern Africa. They were Muslims. Spain and the architecture and art of the time of Spain proves that they were Muslims who occupied there, even in their church architecture. It proves the presence of Islam in early Spain. So the messenger was talking about the Moors as being the Muslims who are pushing the Muslim program and what the Muslims want and what the Muslims believe. Wrong. Contestant number 3, would you like to take a stab at it? Would you like to go for double jeopardy where the stakes are even higher? Who are the Moroccans? No. Though the country of Morocco is a Muslim country. So is Arabia, by the way. And by the way, I haven't checked with Morocco, but in Arabia, they celebrate Christmas. In Arabia, they now celebrate Halloween. In Riyadh and Jeddah, they put up Christmas decorations and Christmas trees. And the most expensive Christmas tree in the world is in Abu Dhabi. $11 million Christmas tree in Abu Dhabi. Is this nigga ever going to get to the subject? The fast is over, but the feast now begins. I'm right on it. Let us be the minister, since you don't know what the hell you're doing. No, he wasn't talking about the Moroccans, though they were Muslims. So the Muslim program isn't put forth by the people of Morocco. And what is the birth record of said Morocco? What is the birth record of said Arabia? Those are lines on the map drawn by the European powers. The original man is a god and owner of all the planet and knows every square inch of it and has kept the best part preserved for himself ever since he made it. These countries, you can't date them back no more than 6,000 years. You can't date these countries back. Oh, no. It's longer than that. Okay, you can't date these countries back no more than 10,000 years. Oh, no. No, it's longer than that. Oh, you can't date these countries back more than 25,000 years. No, you can't. You are lying. What was the name of these land masses 10 million years ago? What What was the name of these land masses 25 million years ago, 100 million years ago, 1 billion years ago, 1 trillion years ago? Messenger Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Allah taught him that the whole planet was called Asia. Not a continent, the whole planet was called Asia. Up to 66 trillion years ago. Before that, the whole planet was called Moon. Then one of our wise scientists, 66 trillion years ago, drilled a shaft in the earth. And I'm not going to tell you why, we got time to go through it right now. He drilled a shaft in the earth, blew the earth in half, because he wanted the people to speak all one language with TNT dynamite. 30% more powerful, drilled that shaft to the center of the earth and filled it with dynamite. One half of the earth blew off and fell 36,000 miles into orbit into another pocket. Prior to that, that became what we now call Moon, which equalized the water on the planet Earth. The rest of the water from that once dead part of the moon fell on this part of the earth, and we, the holy God tribe of Shabazz, we landed on this part. Could we turn the heat down just a little bit? Or else I'm going to sweat my whole uniform out. Prior to that explosion, which separated the two bodies into Earth and Moon 66 trillion years ago, there was another satellite that circled the Earth and equalized the water on the planet Earth. And that satellite was the present planet Mars. That planet circled the earth and equalized the water at that time. Because once upon a time, we made history to equal 35,000 years. Using deductive reasoning that at 25,000 year cycles of history, which corresponds to the circumference of our planet, 24,896,000 miles, the circumference after the separation and deportation of the moon, then at that time, that means the earth was 35,000 miles in circumference. And we once wrote the history to equal that home circumference. Because the black man does everything right and exact. Now, great as he is or was, show me where Prophet Noble Drew Ali taught anything that I just said. Show me where the Honorable Marcus Garvey taught anything I just said. No, it came from God in person, Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. And we love the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And Messenger Elijah Muhammad did as well. We are not disrespecting him at all. We're disrespecting you grimy followers of his. And I'm not saying the brother that I discussed with the other day was grimy, but we have had conversations with grimy ones. Prophet Noble Drew Ali didn't teach none of what I just shared with you. So, although there are basic similarities in Islam and not eating pork and that kind of thing, Prophet Noble Drew Ali didn't even teach you how to eat to live. He taught you don't eat the swine, and probably that's about it. If he taught you more, show it to us. We have the most documented religious leader in history. So then you can check us and see if what we're saying is what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught. So, I'm not saying the brother I talked to the other day, but some of you out there are just making stuff up and teaching it in the name of the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And you have no proof that he said any of this. We're students. Show us where it is so we can learn a little bit ourselves. Messenger taught us to study all systems. Why? Because our people are caught up in them. And that's why the messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, was able to appeal to the followers of Noble Drew Ali after Noble Drew Ali's mysterious disappearance. And some of the early followers of Messenger Elijah Muhammad came from the Moorish Science Temple of America. They came over and bore witness that there's no God but Allah, who came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, and Elijah Muhammad is his messenger. And they became registered members. He made the extent, he said, the followers of Noble Drew Ali and the followers of the Honorable Marcus Garvey should not hesitate to come follow me as I'm continuing their work. They didn't have all of the knowledge that they needed to put you where you should be. I'm giving you a rough quote.
Teach.
Why did they have that knowledge? Because they didn't meet God in person.
Teach.
They didn't know the reality of God. He said they were both good Muslims.
Go ahead.
But quiet as it's kept, Garvey considered himself a Christian. But the messenger said he was a good Muslim. He loved you. He tried to do the best for you. He made an attempt for you. And the devil went and destroyed him and his movement. So yeah, I try to bust Minister Eric Muhammad's brain. I try to blow his dome, rock his world, blow his mind. And then I'm assured he come back the next week, he gonna try to do the same. Not try to do it, he will do it. But it's this righteous competition. How many Muhammad speaks did you sell? 100. I'm gonna beat that. I'm gonna get you. This is righteous competition. On that basketball team in practice, well, when we all play, oh, you're so wonderful. Oh, that was a great pass that you made. Oh, that was a outstanding jump shot that you hit there, my teammate. Nah, what you got? Come on. When you was playing ball in the playground, the one you played the hardest against was your boy.
Go ahead.
Why? Because you competing. This is a man talking, not you faggots. We competing. You go into the hole, you come in here, you're gonna come back with something. Might be a bruise, might be a black eye, but you ain't gonna just come in here like you own it.
Go ahead.
So we played a game called 21, or again, we also called it rough. Wasn't no damn fouls. You call a foul, you a punk. No, we powered up, powered through. And then we got in a real game with real referees. The black man played different because all the white boys was playing all nice with each other. But we honed it, trained hard. I brought that spirit to the white boys that I went to school with and played with. They call them fouls in practice. There ain't no foul in practice. You better power through that. You better get up. So we challenging all you fake student ministers.
Go ahead.
If what we teach is wrong and if what you teach is right, then challenge us on the basis of what you teach. And we will body you with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You know, Brother Minister Muhammad, temple number 15 reminds me of the story of the tortoise and the hare. The hare was bad. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he had big feet, big rear legs with muscles, haunches. He wasn't just no rabbit. He wasn't no bunny rabbit. He was a hare. That's an extra special, strong, wild kind of rabbit. And so they had a race. And y'all have seen a turtle or a tortoise before. They just kind of move real slow. You know what the lifespan of a rabbit or a hare is? It has a very short lifespan. It reproduces very fast. But its lifespan is anywhere from maybe 10 to 15 years tops. Even the pet rabbits that you buy. The wild ones, it's even less for them. Because they got a lot of predators. So the tortoise and the hare one day had a race. You know, the hare was making fun of the tortoise. Ah, ha, ha, you all slow there, and you know, you got your old shell, you dragging around, you just, you know, I be, you know, leaping buildings in a single bound. You understand? You know, I can jump over you 10 times before you move. Bam, 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 bam. I could beat you all the way down to that race down there. Uh-huh. Yeah. You ain't got nothing on the hair. You know, I could race in front of 2 million people. How many people you done raced in front of? So the tortoise said, okay, we'll race. And they got down on the block. They got in their blocks. The starter raised his starter pistol, pop. The hare shot off. I mean, left the tortoise in the dust. I mean, all the tortoise saw was smoke. And all he saw was legs running, but they would look like they were spinning, like on the Bugs Bunny Road Runner hour. Legs just spinning. And then he ran, the hare ran back. Yeah, I almost made it down there. You still haven't moved 5 feet yet. You're real slow. And he did that a few times, running down, but not going across the finish line. Well, he did that so many times that the hare ran out of gas. He ran out of energy. For you dumb Muslims, you ran out of wisdom. But that old tortoise just kept slowly walking. Slowly making progress. You ain't making no progress. You know what the lifespan of a tortoise is? I think the oldest one in captivity now, they estimate, is 250 years old. They say that a tortoise can live up to 500 years. So all the tortoise has to do is keep walking. I don't care how far ahead the hare gets. If the hare could run for the whole 10 to 15 years of his life, he will eventually either get tired or die. And with the lifespan of 250 to 500 years, the tortoise will catch and pass the hare. Matter of fact, when the tortoise passed the hare will be dead, decomposed, like he never even existed. Y'all was at your height in 1995 with 2 million people, 2 million men, and even Dr. Abdul Maleen Muhammad with his wild hairdo now. Even he said, you brought 2 million out and you told them all to go back home. Then your leader went into a depression. Stop slandering and gossiping. I'm not slandering and gossiping. He said it himself. See, just because you don't know it, don't mean it didn't happen. We have real good collective memories. We studied him very well. We were ministers under him, not his ministers. We always had in mind that we were ministers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, always. And when he went left of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we went left of him. Just like he said he did with Malcolm. But it's okay for him to say it, but it ain't okay for us. So temple number 15 is like that tortoise. You final call cult followers, you like the hare. Most of you weren't around when the hare sprinted out in 1995. Some of y'all wasn't even born yet.
That's right.
Now here you are telling us what we need to do. No, we're not debating you. You're an idiot. You don't know nothing. All you know is study guides and Dianetics and Scientology and going up the bridge. That's all you know. And Farrakhan lectures. We know the messenger and are learning and studying the messenger. So now it's said that we can't draw flies.
Come on.
Well, as you see right now, there are no flies in these seats. None. Yet somebody is keeping the lights on here. It must be spiders.
Right.
It must be arachnids
Right.
that are keeping the lights on. Because we can't draw flies. Ain't no way a fly, an insect, keeping the lights on and we can't draw them.
Right.
So we must be drawing arachnids. Flies have a three-segmented body. They are of the phylum Insecta. They have a three-segment body, a head, a thorax, and an abdomen, and they got two antennas coming up over here, and some have wings and some don't. And they have 6 legs. But an arachnid, brother minister, is different, right?
Come on.
You know, a spider different. A spider is of the kingdom, of the phylum Arachnida. He's an arachnid. And when Peter Parker got bitten by one of the radioactive ones, he turned into Spider-Man. You understand what I'm saying? Just a little joke, little levity. So let me start dispelling the rumor that we can't draw flies. See, I can't speak for Minister Muhammad. Yes, I can. I'm going to speak for Minister Muhammad. We have never tried to compete with your leader for nothing, except our ability to represent the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We can't compete with him as far as the crowds he can bring out. I mean, if you want to get technical, the messenger never brought out the crowds that he brought out.
That's right.
What's your point? The messenger never got the crowds that King got on the mall in Washington.
Come on.
We're not trying to compete with Louis Farrakhan any more than we're trying to compete with the numbers of T.D. Jakes. Right around the corner, we got huge number competition
Right.
over here with Creflo Dollar,
Right.
who kept your dollar
Right.
every Sunday. They got a whole parade of people leaving out of there about 11:30, between 11:30 and 12:30. And it don't stop till it's about time for our meeting to start.
Right.
We ain't trying to compete with his numbers. God didn't try to compete with Father Divine's numbers.
Go ahead.
Father Divine had way more numbers than Master Farad Muhammad.
That's right.
It's the quality of who we're after and the truth that is in our mouths. But you mohos on the totem pole think it's about numbers. All right, so let's take a look at some numbers. I don't care what Louis Farrakhan can draw. He's a celebrity. I don't compete with celebrities. I compete with you hoes who are student ministers. Let's see what you can draw.
Right.
So I did a little research on Facebook. On YouTube. Let's do a little research on you student ministers of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Researching the minister at Research Minister, that's the channel. This is Student Minister Demetric Muhammad out of Memphis channel. His lives, well, he ain't got no lives. He got some videos though. 365 views, 141 views, anywhere between 300, 200. I think the highest of his full lectures was 1,000 views. Huh? But we can't draw flies. Oh, let's look at Nuri Muhammad's numbers. At Nuri Muhammad. Now, he has some videos out there. I can't find any full-length lectures of his on his channel. He has a lot of shorts. Short videos, less than 10 minutes long, 4 or 5, 3 minutes long. Now, some of these have some numbers. 20,000, 30,000, 18,000. But again, they're shorts. They're not complete lectures. We can stand here and teach for over 2 hours. I can. Minister Muhammad can stand here and teach for 8.5 hours straight. I can't. With no notes. No PowerPoint. No slideshow. Now, I'm referring to some notes because I'm not here that often. I want to make the most of my time and stay focused on what I'm saying to you. Unless Allah leads me in another direction. Oh, here's another channel, Abel Muhammad. You said, now, Nuri has 22,000 subscribers. Dimitri, 1,900 subscribers. Here's Abel Muhammad. He's got 2.13K. That's 2,130 subscribers to his channel. His videos are in less than 100 views. All of them. And we can't draw flies. Views, 35 views. Oh, here's one. He's doing real good. 99 views.
Teach.
Let's look now. Less than 100 views, but he's got 2,100 subscribers. How? Make that make sense, Minister Muhammad.
Come on.
How do you have 2,100 subscribers and can only get 100 views? I'll tell you how. Nobody wants to hear what the hell you're talking about. You're boring. You're weak. You have no understanding of the truth that God gave to Messenger Muhammad, and you don't demonstrate it in what you teach. Nobody cares nothing about it. So you can't draw flies. You could bring a steaming pile of fecal matter with you. They call it a Cleveland steamer. And that steaming, fragrant pile of fecal matter, along with you teaching the nonsense that you're teaching, still can't draw flies. 50 viewers with 2,100 subscribers. I ain't done yet. Mosque 36. At Mosque 36. This is student minister Corey Muhammad. They got 1.44K, so 1,440 subscribers. Most of their views are less than 600 or 700. Even when Qadir, student minister Qadir from Washington, D.C., when he came to their temple, their views were still only in the less than 500. Sounds like they can't draw flies. See, this is who we challenge you. I think they got up over 1,000 when student minister Dr. Wesley Muhammad came there. I think. Then you got Rasul before he passed. I don't know if he was a minister or not. Rasul Muhammad, Ishmael's blood brother, Tanetta's son. Before he passed, he was up there teaching in some crazy Nehru-looking collar suit that he had on. Suit was fly as hell. It's just not uniform. You ain't supposed to be standing behind the podium when you're not in uniform. He had his goatee and all that. And he stood up there, and then they had to help him down They had to help him from the rostrum, help him sit down. Then he sat down and taught. Who's older, Ishmael or Rasul? I think Rasul was the younger. Anyway, the brother passed away. I met Rasul back in the early 90s. He seemed like a nice enough brother. I was not impressed with his grasp of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teachings. He was the minister in Detroit when I was in the final call. And then for some reason, he stopped being the minister in Detroit. I don't know what happened on that. He couldn't draw flies. Here's the NOI Buffalo. I don't know who this is. They got 573 subscribers. Their videos, again, aren't shorts. They're about 20 to 30 minutes. They get maybe 100, 200 views, maybe. I got Black God Protocol. Black God Protocol 4685. This is Dr. Wesley's channel. The Black God Protocol. He got 3.18K subscribers. And he gets views. Again, these aren't full lectures. 2,300, 1,100, 4,200. Again, these are not full lectures. These are clips and just longer than shorts. You got Mosque 46 AV. Mosque 46 New Orleans. This is Minister Willie down in New Orleans. They got 11,900 subscribers. Their views are all less than 100, even on their live videos, especially on their live videos, less than 100. Minister Muhammad, make that make sense. And you can't draw flies. But we draw a lot of spiders. Now, let's look at the ministers associated with Muhammad's temple number 15.
Come on.
Within the last year, or a little over a year, Minister Muhammad, well, let's go back. We have always stood forth and challenged anybody who wanted to debate. You all forget that back in the early 2000s, I debated somebody named Dahoudi Mahatrama.
That's right.
Everybody said, oh, can't none of y'all Muslims mess with, rock with, get with Dahoudi. I said, bring him to me. And he got bodied. I hardly prepared. I was really fighting him with one hand tied behind my back. He got so bodied. At that time, he had a company called D Herbs. Many of you heard this company advertised on the Tom Joyner Morning Show and the Russ Parr Morning Show. D Herbs was Dahoudi Mahatrama's company, and it still exists today. He got so thoroughly trounced in the debate, even in his eye, that he went into a depression. He stepped away from the public scene because he got his butt kicked by a minister of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because they were so used to Farrakhan's ministers letting them get away with trashing the Nation of Islam and what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches. So we wasn't all nice, I wasn't all nice with him. I bodied him. And his other partners said, it's probably best that you don't be associated with the company no more. And the company that he founded, he lost because he lost a debate with Kevin Ali. Minister Muhammad helped me somewhat in preparing for the debate. You probably don't remember this. Can one of the brothers check outside? My daughter is here now, and ask my wife to get the key to transfer her suitcase, please.
Yes, sir, brother.
Thank you. He got bodied, lost his company. The company D Herbs is still in business today. It's a very viable and strong company. He got pushed out by his partners because he got his behind kicked, and that's not the word I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of But I'm a righteous Muslim, and I'm trying to do right, so I ain't gonna say the word I'm thinking of. Then Minister Muhammad went on such programs as Sinetta Black Consciousness Channel and Moorish World TV. And originally on Black Consciousness Channel, Sinetta's channels, it was very hostile towards the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Later, Minister Muhammad won over Sinetta, where he would be more balanced in allowing us to allowing Minister Muhammad to dialogue with these other schools of thought. And Minister Muhammad bodied them with the teachings of Muhammad. Because we ain't backing down, playing nice. No, the messenger's a stone of stumbling. You trip on that stone, it grinds you to powder. And like the moon, only way the moon can be brought back to the earth is for it to be ground into powder. So teaches the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Then you can bring it back. But is it necessary? And the only way we can bring you crazy niggas back to yourself is to grind you into powder. And then maybe there's a chance to bring you back. But is that necessary? So Minister Muhammad paved the way in many respects over the last 2 to 3 years. And then for whatever reason, after they built up their numbers on him, they stopped calling him. So a young brother, a young up-and-coming brother, made contact with Minister Muhammad and said, could you come on and talk about the teachings of Muhammad and what the Nation of Islam teaches? And Minister Muhammad did. Later on, Minister Muhammad put me in touch with the brother to continue to give more perspective on what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches. Now, for you all to think that this is some new phenomenon, that the last program got a whole lot of views, this program, NYP Talk Show, of the top 10 viewed programs on that channel, 6 of those 10 feature either myself or Minister Eric Muhammad. The top program on that channel of 5 months ago has 12,000 views.
What?
The top program on that channel, the current channel, has 12,000 views. Guess who's number 2? Not. Who is Kevin Ali? Wrong. The second most viewed program on there features, and it got 9,700 views, and it streamed 11 months ago. This is the second most watched program on that channel. It features Minister Eric Muhammad. 9,700 views, but he can't draw flies. Again, this is 9,700 spiders watching this program.
Right.
6 of the top 10 are either myself or Minister Eric Muhammad. The last one I did with the brother from the Moorish Science Temple, last we checked, was over 6,100 views. Well, yeah, Kevin Ali's is up, but Minister Muhammad's is down. That's just the way it goes. If I had gone first, mine would be down now. You're crazy people.
Go ahead.
I want to hear what Eric Mohammed saying no more. I want to hear what this new nigga saying. I'm sick of Eric Mohammed, old, stuck up, think he know everything. Let's see what this new nigga talking about. I don't like the way Eric Mohammed say it. I don't like the way Eric Mohammed do it. It would have been saying the same thing about me if I had gone first by now. Familiarity breeds contempt.
That's right.
That's why the temple members are not allowed to get too familiar. Well, at least under the messenger. The temple members weren't allowed to get too familiar with the minister. It breeds contempt. So that's all the top ministers, top student ministers
Go ahead.
that I could find under Louis Farrakhan and their channels on YouTube. Sounds to me like they can't draw flies. Sounds to me like they can't compete with the ministers of Muhammad's Temple number 15 under the leadership of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Come on.
That's what it sounds like to me. Let's now go to the channel of Minister Muhammad and Muhammad's Temple number 15. He's got a whopping 1,050 subscribers.
That's it.
But regularly has 500 to 900 views. Quite often, more than that. The top viewed program is Savior's Day 2023 with 6,500 views. Next is Savior's Day 2024 with 5,300 views. So Minister Muhammad taught the keynote in Savior's Day 2023. He allowed me to teach the keynote here in 2024. When the last time a student minister of y'all's had 4 or 5, no, I'm not talking about on the Nation of Islam's home channel. Those numbers are buoyed by the personality of Farrakhan. And I doubt Ishmael get that many views even when he's on it by himself. 5,300 views. I'm number 2 here. Minister Muhammad, 6,500 views. There's at least 20 lectures, more than 20, I can't count them, that are over, no, there's way more than 20 lectures that are over 1,000 views. Way more than 20, looks like it's about 40 or 50 maybe. I didn't have time to count them soon. Now, what is the backdrop of these 1,005 subscribers, but it's getting 6,000 views and over 1,000 views and regularly 500 to 1,000 views regularly? What's the backdrop of that? What you don't know, or maybe you do, some of you might be tuning in for your first time, is that this temple has lost 2 channels.
Go ahead.
Taken down by the Caucasian, by Google. 2 of them. How many were on the first channel subscribers, Brother Minister?
2,500.
2,500. How many were on the second one?
A little over 1,000.
Little over 1,000. 2 of them gone. Did it stop him? No. You all can't get 50 views with a channel that's been out there for 15 years with 11,000 subscribers. Ain't nobody taking your channel down. The devil took 2 channels down, which meant all the videos, all the historical videos taken down. We still got the videos, Mr. Devil. But like the Holy Quran says, if all the pens were trees and if all the ink were water, you could never exhaust the words of Allah through his messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I don't care how many lectures you take down, we'll still put up some more.
That's right.
Better than the last ones. But you can't draw flies, Minister Muhammad. But you're drawing these kind of numbers with 2 channels. And even this channel now is constantly messed around with. Why is it messed around with? Because the fast is over.
Hey,
But it's time for the feast to begin. Ain't that the title of my lecture?
Yes, sir.
You see, the reason why I'm sharing this with you is because we are sick and tired of you disrespecting the work of Muhammad's Temple number 15 and the work of one of our ministers, Minister Eric Muhammad. We're sick and tired of you. We're sick and tired of the disrespect. You're lucky we don't take our fists and push your teeth through the back of your head. One of these days we just might. We're sick and tired of your disrespect. We're sick and tired of your sly comments. Leave us the hell alone. You don't like what we say? Unfriend us. I have not asked not one of y'all to be my friend. Neither has Minister Muhammad. You ask us, dummies. You ain't checking to see who we were first? No, you just click, add friend. He's my friend. He's my bud. What? He doesn't follow the Honorable Louis Farrakhan? Oh my God. He's envious and jealous. You just run the company line. They must be, we're hypocrites, Brother Minister.
come on.
Two channels gone. Why is the devil so concerned with eliminating the channels, the YouTube and the Facebook channels, of a little temple who can't draw flies?
Exactly.
Making up reasons why. Saying that it's sexual content. Sexual content in Muhammad's temple? That must have been the time that I was up here twerking. Or maybe it was the time that I was doing the good knees challenge. Maybe that's the sexual content that they was talking about. Why are they so concerned? Because just like the former president of France, Charles de Gaulle, said, if we can liquidate him, liquidate who? Elijah Muhammad.
Right.
Why the president of France so concerned with liquid? What does liquidate mean? It means to break down, break up into smaller components. If we can liquidate him, we would have a glorious future. Why is the country France so concerned with the Elijah Muhammad? Back when Malcolm was at odds with his teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and was suspended and eventually left the Nation of Islam, he wanted to go make a speech in France. And word got out that an assassination attempt was going to be made on Malcolm on French soil. I mean, the Nation of Islam got juice and got pulled, but going to France to carry out a hit, we ain't never had that kind of pull.
Yeah, see,
Ever.
that's right. See,
So who is France saying, no, we can't have him come over here? There's a death threat against him. We can't protect him. This stuff between Malcolm and Elijah, we don't want no parts of this. We want to liquidate Elijah, not one of his students. So no, he can't come over here. Let you know right there. And Malcolm said this with his own word, his own mouth, that there was death threats against him in France. That wasn't the Nation of Islam.
see,
So I lead you back to who are the Muslims. That messenger Elijah Muhammad mentioned in the Muslim program. What the Muslims want and what the Muslims believe. Who are those Muslims? They are his followers,
Go ahead.
not none of these other Muslims around the world. His followers, his little, poor, pitiful followers here in the wilderness and hells of North America. So what's the problem? The problem is America is on its last breath.
Go ahead.
It is dying a slow and inevitable death.
Go ahead.
You can barely perceive it, but when you look through the lens that God gave us, which is his last messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, it becomes more and more clear what is happening to this country called America. America was once riding high. They couldn't be stopped. They reached their pinnacle. But now, here is America by the numbers.
Go ahead. Teach.
This is from Message to the Black Man magazine from 2005, published by Minister Nasir Hakim. I'm saying all these names so that you know that we have relations with real players in Islam. Most of the books that all of y'all are reading, including y'all over there in the Final Call Incorporated, come from the publishing of Minister Nasir Hakim and Messenger Elijah Muhammad Propagation Society. So in 1995, he put out this article, America by the Numbers. This is 20 years ago. The United States is 49th in literacy. This is according to the New York Times. 49th amongst countries in literacy. Ranked 28th out of 40 countries in mathematical literacy. 20% of Americans think that the sun orbits the earth.
In 2005,
In 2005, yes.
quit playing.
17% believe the earth revolves around the sun once a day. 17% of Americans believe the earth revolves around the sun once a day. The International Adult Literacy Survey found that Americans with less than 9 years of education score worse than virtually all of the other countries. The European Union leads the U.S. in number of science and engineering graduates. The European Union, that's France, Italy, Spain, Belgium, all those European countries. Europe surpassed the United States in the mid-1990s as the largest producer of scientific literature. The irony is the United States spends more per capita for healthcare than any other nation in the world. Guess what? Y'all gonna spend a whole lot more on healthcare. Right now, your healthcare premiums have skyrocketed. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us how to eat to live from God in person, so that we can cut the doctor out, the need to go to the doctor for healing medicines. He taught us how to heal ourselves, but how to eat to live. So although they spend more per capita in healthcare, the U.S. and South Africa are the only two developed countries in the world that don't provide healthcare for all their citizens. How are you going to lead the world with a sick population, an overweight population, a population hooked on prescription drugs to keep them alive? How are you going to lead the world in that? U.S. childhood poverty ranks 22nd or next to last in developed nations. The United States is 41st in the world in infant mortality. Cuba scores higher in infant mortality than the U.S. does. Trump said they're going to take over them next.
Yeah.
Well, he said Colombia next. He got Cuba in his sights next. I love this cracker. I want to send him a donation. I want to encourage him to run for another term.
Go ahead.
He just tell it straight. He don't know no other way to say it. He can't say it in a tricky way. He ain't very smart. He wants to take over Greenland. He wants to conquer Canada.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
He just bombed the hell out of Venezuela.
Yes, sir.
He dropping torpedoes and missiles on little dinghies with 2 people on it. Got the military doing this.
Man.
I love that cracker. Tell it to you straight. We are going to project American power like never before.
Go ahead.
We're gonna reinvigorate the Monroe Doctrine. Very powerful doctrine. They forgot about it, and nobody knows about it, the Monroe Doctrine. I call it the Trump Monroe Doctrine.
Right.
What does the Monroe Doctrine say?
Go ahead. Teach.
It was to keep the European powers. In other words, his white brethren. President James Monroe didn't want them infiltrating and colonizing further this hemisphere. We are going to take control of our destiny here in this hemisphere like never before, never before. We're going to take the oil, all the oil.
Come on.
You know, you make gasoline out of the oil. Power the cars. The oil companies are going to make tons of money, tons of money. I didn't know, I knew that Venezuela had a large oil industry. I did not know that Venezuela had the largest oil fields now known on earth. I didn't know that. The white man knows it. That's why he went after Venezuela. He didn't even hide it. Told you he's going to do it. Well, our leader prophesied that 5 years ago. So did every other damn conservative pundit. Say it 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Come on.
That the U.S. had Maduro in their sights. They hate Maduro because they hated Hugo Chavez. Maduro is a disciple of Hugo Chavez. But according to the United States government, Hugo Chavez was a dictator, a thug, a terrorist. I don't know whether he was or not. I don't trust nothing America says about its enemies.
Go ahead.
That's your America. He's America's enemy. He may not be mine. So anybody with half a brain knew that they was going to go after them. Just like they went after Noriega. So now they're organizing them. They handcuff Maduro and his wife. The biggest drug dealer in the history of the universe. America went and arrested one of her corner boys. And we supposed to be impressed.
Teach.
They arrested Noriega in, when was that, 85, 90? He was one of their corner boys. Hey, Mr. Trump, since the Bush family and the Reagan family and their presidencies, since they sold drugs, you're going to arrest the Bushes and the Reagans and the Cheneys? Will you arrest them? Since they sold drugs? What is he talking about? The United States government didn't sell drugs. Oh, they didn't, huh? Any of y'all ever heard about the Iran-Contra affair?
Teach.
Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, who is now a respected radio host with a huge following. He became a celebrity by testifying for several weeks about his role in the Iran-Contra affair. What was the Iran-Contra affair? The Sandinistas were fighting in Nicaragua for freedom against what the United States of America deemed an oppressive regime in Nicaragua. And the United States was funding the Sandinistas, both monetarily and sending them military weaponry.
Teach.
While at the same time, they're funding and giving military weapons to Noriega, the dictator the Sandinistas were supposedly trying to overthrow, or something like that. I forget. Sue me if I am getting all the what matters is not who was fighting who. America always aids both sides of a war,
Go ahead.
giving them money and giving them arms to kill each other with. Why? So that you will decimate your own country. Then they can step in and take it over. And its natural resources. So somebody in Congress said, hey, the hell we sending all this money to some Sandinistas, Sandininas? Why are we sending all this money to these Spanish-speaking niggas down in Nicaragua? Hell no, we ain't sending this money down there to them. Congress is supposed to be in control of the purse strings of the government. You can't allocate money unless Congress approves this. This is the oversight that the founding fathers built in to the framework of America to prevent a dictator or king from rising in America. Have him with checks and balances in the government. So Congress said, no, we're cutting this money off. So President Reagan, Ronald Reagan, Uncle Ronnie, well, all right, Congress has cut off the money. George, Dick, what do you think we can do about this? So old man Bush, not young George, old man Bush, Herbert Walker Bush, the one whose wife looked like the Quaker Oats man. She looked just like that dude on the Quaker Oats box. That Bush, that old man Bush, he was a wise, crafty devil. He was head of the CIA at one time for a number of years. He and his family had been in government for generations. He was head of the CIA before he became Reagan's vice president. He was a much more seasoned counterintelligence and counterespionage man than Reagan ever was. Reagan was an actor. You give him a script, he could read it. Well, I will defer to my opponent and not be intimidated by his youth or inexperience. They wrote that line for him. Brother Charlie, you don't know nothing about it. You probably wasn't even born there.
I remember the clip. Replay.
So the former head of the CIA was his vice president, George Herbert Walker Bush. And at that time, Dick Cheney was a congressman, and I believe he was head of one of the more powerful committees in Congress. Either the Ways and Means or the Judicial, one of those very powerful congressional committees. Dick Cheney was head. So they put this plan together. We got to fund these, we got to back these Sandinistas. We done set them up. We done put them, now Congress done cut off the money. Now, if we let them flounder and fail, then all of our covert operations all over the earth will begin to tumble one by one like dominoes. It's very key that we do not leave them hanging. Got to get some money to them. Where are we going to get the money from? Hey, what's that nigga name in LA? Somebody reach out to him. His name was Rick Ross. Ricky Ross. No, not that fake former prison guard busting rhymes and talking BS on wax. I'm talking about a real drug dealer, a real front man, a real corner boy from South Central LA, Freeway Ricky Ross, who Rick Ross stole his name from, trying to get some street cred to sell some damn wax. Or I guess it wasn't wax then. I guess it was CDs at that time. And Freeway Ricky Ross became the biggest crack dealer in the world. And it was centered right in South Central Los Angeles. Why? Guess who his connect was?
See?
Freeway Rick Ross connect was Bush. It was Reagan. It was Cheney. They took the money that destroyed our community in South Central LA. Gangs fighting each other over turf that they don't own. Selling dope to each other, to our people, destroying lives, destroying health, and sending the money. Rick Ross said, Freeway Ricky said, I did not know that I was selling drugs for the Bushes. He had no idea until very late in the game. Now, if you think I'm making this up, you go and read the transcripts of what Oliver North said in the Iran-Contra affair. It was the biggest scandal of a presidency since Nixon. And it was bigger than Nixon because it was the United States of America selling drugs. These people are devils. And you and I are cannon fodder for their aim and purpose. They'll sell drugs to your baby and send it to some Sandinistas, the final war in far off, or send it. Now they go, we're gonna run Venezuela. Yeah, we're gonna run it. No president has ever said that. That's crazy for him to say. It's against international law. He don't give a damn. Why are they doing this? Because of all these numbers I'm reading to you. America going down the tubes. So the only thing that these brutes, these devils know how to do, who can make war with the beast? Who is like unto the beast? And this is why we fast in the month of Ramadan. Not the regular month. Ramadan is regular. It comes every 28 days times 12 every year. It's regular in the Arabic calendar, which is a lunar calendar. We don't take that month. We fast in the last month to remove ourselves from this false worship and to remove ourselves from the celebration of sport and play, of murder and death, which signifies Yaqub's people's civilization. Only thing America can do to stop the spiraling down the toilet is to make war with her weak neighbors, steal their resources, steal their brain power, steal their citizenry, their talent, their scientists, to prop up a dying America. America's like Weekend at Bernie's. She's now propped up with war after war. And you niggas over in the final call, you should know Weekend at Bernie's real well by now. America's propping up something that's damn near dead. She got to get injections of capital. They can either print it or get a computer keystroke to do it, or they can go steal some resources from a land that's fertile and minerally rich. America is a barren wilderness. No natural natural resources here to speak of, other than a little timber. They were able to grow stuff in the Midwest for a little while, but it showed that it couldn't sustain long-term growth. So what did it become? A dust ball, because they didn't know how to sustain the land. Native American, the original Indian, our Asiatic brother, been sustaining the land for 16,000 years. They got here 500 or 600 years ago and raped the land. Didn't know how to recycle, didn't know how to crop rotate, didn't know how to do none of that. Turned the Midwest when it was, oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber ways of grain, for purple. Y'all didn't sing this I sung this in Haywood Avenue Elementary School every morning. Y'all didn't sing that, brother? Used to be covered with millions of square acres of amber waves of grain. Not no more. It don't grow out there no more. So they got to start a conflict where? In Eastern Europe. So that the Magog and the Eastern European bloc can make war with Ukraine. Why? Because Ukraine is fertile and now produces more grain and wheat and corn than America does. Start a war there. Let them kill off each other. Now they're taking that over because America is on the verge of starvation. See, I saw, what does the Bible say? Happens before the children are delivered. After the fast, but before the feast. What does the Bible and the Holy Quran say? A great famine arose. So Joseph saw the famine coming in a vision. He said, you'll have 7 years of prosperity, but 7 years of famine. So store up grain now during your time of prosperity, so that you can survive the 7 years of famine. This is not actual years. This 7 represents the 7,000th year of the advent of God, the coming of God, and the raising of the last messenger in the midst of this famine. After the fast, but before the feast. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us, store away water to drink. The messenger said because they tried to attack him in Phoenix. They made gunshots at him. And he said, one of the devils said, no, don't shoot no bullets at him. Get him in his water. He said, the messenger said, and this is my word, not the messenger, he said, that's a hell of a thing. When a man controls your water who hates you, he can get you through the water. So store you up some water. Get you some water purification tablets. Get you a hand pump that can purify water. You can go a long time without eating food. I have actually gone 30 days without eating food. It can be done. You can't go more than 2 or 3 or 4 days without water. The messenger said store up at least 90 days of food for each person in the household. And he said when you store up that food, if you can fast every 2 days, then that 90 days of food will last twice as long. And if you can fast every 3 days, then that 90 days of food, that 3 months of food, turns into 9 months of food. But you got to have potable, drinkable, pure water. We subscribe to a channel where there's a Caucasian who is called a prepper. What white folks prepping for? He He shows us how to store up water. Gallons of it. He said, get some unscented bleach. Unscented bleach? Nigga, that's what's in your pipe water coming out the faucet now.
Go ahead.
Chlorine is purifying your water right now. It's bleach.
Go ahead. That's right.
Chlorine equal bleach. Get unscented bleach. You can use that to purify the water. Then you can store it up to 5 years.
Teach.
But they're preparing. You and I, we not. Because America is spiraling down the tubes. So they're reaching out and they're grabbing at straws. They're taking down every one of their neighbors, bullying them, who might have natural resources that they can rape and rob. They used to just do it exclusively to the original people. Now this one, he don't care. Yeah, we're gonna take over Canada. We're gonna take over Greenland. Aren't those white people? I don't care. This America.
Right.
The Monroe Doctrine says that we run what goes on in this hemisphere. And the whole world says, the Monroe Doctrine. Oh, okay. Well, I guess they can do it because they've got the Monroe Doctrine. Well, who wrote the Monroe Doctrine? They did. The world bowed down to America. First, they said that this man was dealing drugs. Again, I ask you, you going to arrest the Bush family and Reagan and Cheney for dealing drugs? Hell no.
Question.
But you arrested him. From the time they launched their airplanes from the base to the time they had that nigga in chains was 2.5 hours, brother. Now, I'm not an international traveler,
That's bad.
but I know the domestic airline flight time alone to South America, the closest part of South America, is at least 1.5 hours, 2 hours. Military jets fly a little bit faster, a little bit. They had him in chains in less than 2.5 hours. How they find him so fast?
Go ahead.
Now they got this vice president, this female, who says she want to lock arms with Israel. And Trump said she's going to do what we tell her to do. She better do what we tell her to do. It's in her best interest to tell her to do what we tell her to do.
Come on.
America always has its plants, its pigeons, its stoolies. She probably went to school either in America or England. Somebody pointed out where he was. That's the only way they could have found him that fast. That's just my little stupid opinion. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Now they got him doing the perk walk, and we're like, oh, good. They got the ones selling the drugs to us in America. Hold up, wait a minute. The biggest supplier of drugs to America is not Venezuela. They're not even in the top 10, top 20. The biggest supplier of drugs, of coca, is Colombia. The biggest interdiction of drugs crossing the border is across Mexico. Cocaine, marijuana, and fentanyl. And what's that one they call ice? That white boys in Kentucky are getting busted out over. Methamphetamine. Methamphetamine is produced in Mexico. And the biggest producer of fentanyl is China. Hey, Mr. Trump, why don't you attack China? Since China, the biggest producer of drugs that is coming into America. China got over 1 million man strong standing active duty army. They're the world's up and coming power. Why don't you pick on them? Messenger said, the yellow man, them Chinese, they love to fight. He said they're damn near a white man. They love to fight. Why don't you go pick on China? No, see, America's a bully. She's not going to pick on anybody who's close in strength to them. You pick on little poor Venezuela and try to set up Maduro like he's the biggest drug dealer, biggest terrorist that there ever was. Just like you did with Saddam, just like you did with Noriega, just like you did with Gaddafi, just like you did with Idi Amin, Dada. It's like you've done with Castro. It's like this is America, this is SOP, standard operating procedure for America. But the fast is over. Time for the feast to begin. So America's trying to play chess with Allah, taking over other countries. And you would think that the president would be bound and constrained by the War Powers Act. See, according to Constitution and according to the balance and checks of power, only Congress has the authority to declare war and authorize military action on another people or country. That all changed in 1972 with Richard Nixon. So because of what he did in Vietnam, Congress enacted the War Powers Act, trying to put a check on the powers that the presidency would run out of control with no checks and balances. So they put the War Powers Act in because Nixon declared war basically on Vietnam without any authority whatsoever from Congress, even authorized money and spent money with no authorization from Congress. But even this War Powers Act has not put presidents in check. Luckily for America, they had seasoned, trained statesmen in the White House. Like who? Like Carter, like Reagan, Bush, Reagan, Bush, same administration. Like Obama, like Little Bush. Some say he wasn't too bright, but Cheney was there guiding him along the way the whole time, along with his daddy. They were seasoned statesmen. They knew how to navigate this. But even they violated the War Powers Act. Though they would come before the microphones and say, well, we had to do this because there was an imminent threat to America and American interest. And we didn't have the time to inform Congress because things move so fast now. And with a formal declaration of war, this will take away our situational advantage, our operational and strategic advantage to strike them with surprise. So that's why we couldn't inform Congress. But we're letting you know now. And they said it in such a nice, smooth way. Trump said, we're gonna take what's ours. We ain't worried about no damn Congress. I run Congress. They do what I say. He's becoming a king. He's becoming a god besides Allah. They're so proud and boastful of the death and misery that they can cause other people with your and my tax dollars. But like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us, the beast that we talked about several weeks ago in the number of a man, it had 10 horns and 7 heads. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that those 10 horns were 10 Latin American countries. But he said one of those countries got more powerful than the other. And the message said that this beast with the 10 horns and a head had 3 ribs in his mouth. These ribs represent the body of the black man brought into slavery and broken, eaten up and consumed by the beast. 3 ribs for 300 years of chattel slavery. This 10th horn that got a little more powerful than the others, is this Venezuela? He said it got more powerful, but then it was taken down by the beast. Could this be Venezuela? We got to keep our eyes open. And we got ninjas talking about some purple and yellow Negroes standing on a corner, shouting. This is what we got so-called ministers talking about. While all this is going on, Messenger Muhammad gave us the dynamics and thinking of the white man in his last days and why he was going down the tubes. And you worried about some purple and yellow clad Negroes after you got handled by some 5%ers. Got people worrying about citizenship cards. Got niggas wanting to go into the devil's courts to be recognized. See, what you have to do is you have to throw away these, and when you throw away these chattel terms, then he recognizes you. Oh, really? How'd that work out for you? You threw away the chattel term. You ain't no more recognized by the devil. That devil don't give a damn what you do in his courtroom. Devil don't give a damn about no treaty he signs with you.
That's right.
Before the ink dry on that treaty or on that court document, he violating it. No, that piece of paper means nothing unless you can enforce it.
That's right.
And so since you can't enforce it with no power, the devil just ignore it. He drew treaties with the original Native American. Every national Native American tribe he had a treaty with. And he murdered them all. A lot of good that paperwork did for them. But see, they didn't have a God who was real, who could back up and protect them.
Go ahead.
But we do. Pray to your spook to enforce your paperwork in the devil's wicked courts. Ask a black man about justice in the courts of America.
Come on.
We'll pray to our God to kill America, make his court null and void like it was 6,000 years ago before we grafted him from original. Trying to get justice in the American courts. Messenger Muhammad teach us that the God of justice is on our side today.
Go ahead.
He's a man. And he's got a weapon, which the devil is seeing now, and you dumb niggas are seeing it too. Noble Drew Ali ain't teach you nothing about this weapon.
Go ahead.
Marcus Garvey didn't teach you nothing about this weapon. White man, it says it has tactics and specifications far beyond the capabilities that they have in American arsenal. White man said it's nothing that we've created. It must be from another nation, is what they said. What nation is it from?
Go ahead. Teach.
Is it from China? Is it from Russia?
Come on.
Is it from England? Is it from South Africa? Is the nation who has this craft Australia?
Good question.
Is it Nicaragua?
Good question.
Do the Nicaraguan Sandinistas have this weapon? Is it Venezuela? No. It's a nation, all right. It's the Holy God tribe of Shabazz. The nation of Islam.
Go ahead.
It's a human-built planet.
Teach.
Half a mile by a half a mile. The devil's cocked it at 9,000 miles per hour. Caught the baby planes at faster than that. They've been seen congregating around all the key military installations of America, in America and all around the world. Pilot said it makes no noise. Like the planets orbiting in space. They make no noise when they move. This is a human-built planet. Change direction on a dime. The fastest plane in the Devil's Arsenal, which is now retired, the SR-71, could go Mach 3.25. They had to wear a spacesuit to fly this plane. It takes it 1,000 miles. When it's going at its top speed, Brother Gerard,
Yes, sir.
it takes 1,000 miles to make a turn and go at a 90-degree angle from the vector that it was traveling in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, vector, you think you're a big man talking all these big words. No, I was in the United States Air Force. I know this terminology. It takes it 1,000 miles to make. The United States Air Force pilot said this craft turned on a dime going 9,000 miles per hour. Mach 3 is about 2,500 miles per hour. Takes it 1,000 miles to make a 90-degree turn. You want to threaten the nations of the earth? You want to take down some channels of us poor followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? So you're going to get so frustrated with us at one time, you're going to make a move on us, the messenger teaches. And Messenger Elijah Muhammad said no more than 300 of us would die before God step in and kill you. I don't know what that number's up to by now, but he's got a couple of us over the last 100 years. You won't get many more before our God and Savior, Master Farad Muhammad, steps in with his weapon of mass destruction. You want to talk about shock and awe? You want to talk about terror raining down out the sky? How about 1,500 bombing planes with 3 tactical weapons in it, capable of drilling into the earth prior to detonation? That's where the white man got the idea for his bunker buster bomb. As far down as the bombs we have drilled, it will raise a mountain that high and destroy cities for a 50-mile radius and bring up a mountain however far down the bomb drills. It'll bring up a bomb drill 2 miles in the ground. It'll bring up a mountain 2 miles high. Bomb drills a mile into the ground, bring up a mountain a mile high.
Go ahead, teach.
The Honorable Marcus Garvey and the Honorable Noble Drew Ali are not here to address the current status of America and its hatred and war against the darker peoples of the earth. They're not here. They didn't address it. They left no. We've been blessed by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the God that he represents to have the most documentation of any religious leader in history, including the Pope of Rome. We can show you what he taught. You can't show us nothing the prophet taught. I'm not saying the prophet didn't teach, but there's no documentation of it. It's y'all making up your own brain farts, putting that on the prophet.
Right.
The messenger taught us how to defend our people against this beast, how to attack him with just words and the truth that God gave to him, and that he has no defense. See, for all of y'all talking all that yang, talking all that smack about your Islam, you all have no God to enforce anything that you say.
Lord, hey.
You have no God. You worship a spook. You have a spook, which means you have no God. There is no spook. You've never put together a separate economic, sociological, educational, and political background for us. Messenger Elijah Muhammad did. That's why the government went to destroying it. Our nation, our structure was attacked, sabotaged, and destroyed. Prophet Noble Drew Ali made good Muslims out of some of our people. which prepared them to assist the last and greatest messenger. Take it or let it alone. Same thing with the Honorable Marcus Garvey. That's why the messenger made a plea to them. And he also made a plea to the black the black Masons and Shriners, urging them that the first 3 degrees that you're in, that's the key to your slavery. You should not hesitate to come over to Islam and get it for free instead of spending tens of thousands of dollars to get it. And you don't even get all of it. You only get 32 or 33 degrees of it. The messenger had 360 degrees of it. That's why the Shriners, when they read affairs, and we only allow, and all masonry and shrine, that was for the Caucasian. We only allow them to wear that fez publicly once a year. And their tassel, which can spin 360 degrees, they have to pin it down so it can't spin and it can't move. So they can't take part in the entire 360-degree circle of knowledge. They barely got 32 or 33 degrees. Just enough to keep the black man frozen. That's one of the reasons why the preacher, most of them are Masons and Shriners, or taught by a white Mason and Shriner. The preacher is called what? By our Savior? An ice maker. Keep you frozen, unable to move, unable to make progress, unable to make time of your own. You're making time for everybody else, but none for yourself. No civilization for yourself. You're praying and depending on the white man to fix it for you. And I already read your 2005 statistic that said he can't even fix it for himself. Yeah, we're going to run Venezuela now. Cracker, you can't even run America right. How in the hell are you going to run Venezuela? So I can't remember which lecture it is, but in that lecture, the messenger kept saying, we the Muslims are going to rule. We the Muslims will be put back on top. We the Muslims are the ones who gave you civilization. We the Muslims, we the Muslims, we the Muslims, we the Muslims. He wasn't talking about no Arabs. He wasn't talking about no Moroccans. He wasn't talking about no Moors who conquered Spain. He wasn't talking about no Egyptians. He was talking about him and his followers. That's why the fast is over. We just stopped fasting December 31st. But a great famine arose according to Joseph. And that Joseph in scripture prophetically is none other than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Take it or let it alone. Joseph said, you got to store up food. See, a great famine is coming. So before that feast comes the famine. So we just fasted. I'm going direct to the messenger. How to Eat to Live, book number 2, chapter number 14, fasting, page 47. Can I get a little bit of water, please, brother? We are taught, and all religions teach fasting. So that includes us too. Us who? His followers, the Muslims. When was How to Eat to Live? When were the articles written in How to Eat to Live, book 2? Some of you are going to go to the, what do you call that? Is it called the preface? What's that called before the table of contents? It says the copyright is 1972. How to Eat to Live was published in 1972. The messenger wrote this in 1972. Wrong. No, these articles were written in such newspapers as the Amsterdam News, the New York Herald Examiner, the Pittsburgh Courier. These were black-owned newspapers before there was a Muhammad Speaks, before there was even a final call to Islam. And there were two columns that Messenger Muhammad would submit. Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
There were two columns or articles, types of articles that the messenger would submit to these black-owned newspapers. Now, who was the readership of these black-owned newspapers before Messenger Muhammad started writing in them? Were they Muslims? So if he says Muslims in that newspaper article, was he talking about Arabs in the East? Was he talking about Arabs in Morocco? Was he talking about Muslims in Egypt, Mauritania, Sudan, Abu Dhabi, Nigeria? Was he talking about Muslims there? Well, then who the hell are the Muslims? You've been so poisoned by the traitor skunk, Wallace D. Mohammed. And you think so little of Messenger Elijah Muhammad's teachings that you think when he says Muslims, he ain't talking about none of his people or himself. He's talking about them people way over there in the East. That's how weak your mind is. That Wallace bamboozled you, him and his international representative. Those newspapers that I'm mentioning were written and patronized by black audiences, lost found. Of course, 99.999% Christians. Wasn't no damn Muslims in America at that time. The only Muslims in America at that time, Noble Drew Ali's movement had all but vanished from the public scene in the 40s, 50s, and early 60s. Where the hell were y'all when we were getting fire hosed? Where the hell were y'all when the devil was attacking the nation's farmland? Where the hell were y'all when our people were getting lynched, burned, murdered? They even had white Jew boys going down to the South for freedom rides. You niggas were nowhere to be found. Or correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see no historical footage of no Moors saying nothing during the Civil Rights Movement. I don't see no Moors saying nothing in the South in the 50s and 60s and 70s. I don't see you saying nothing. So Messenger Elijah Muhammad was writing these articles. Who was the intended audience of these articles? And these articles in How to Eat to Live were the articles he wrote in these newspapers in a column, two of them. He had How to Eat to Live, and he also had Mr. Muhammad Speaks. Sometimes both columns would appear. Depending on the paper, only one of the columns may appear. But he had How to Eat to Live as a column, and these were articles that he wrote. Who was the audience of these articles? His followers? Think, why the hell would the messenger write in a newspaper geared towards lost founds to tell his followers, the Muslims, how to eat to live and give them instructions? Why would he have to write to them in a paper when they meeting 7 times a week in Muhammad's Temple of Islam? Think! They already had a chain of command giving instructions to the believers. Ministers going to the messenger twice a month, and that filtered down to the particular classes. Again, we go back to what the Muslims want and what the Muslims believe, the Muslim program. In those 3 phrases, who are the Muslims? The messenger's followers, dummy. Who are the Muslims, Brother Gerard?
The messenger's followers.
Who are the Muslims, Brother Minister Muhammad?
The messenger's followers.
Are they the Egyptians?
No.
Are they the Arabs?
No.
They must be the Moroccans.
Not even them.
Must be the Mauritanians.
No.
It's got to be the Sudanese. So when the messenger says the Muslims in the Muslim program and what the Muslims want and believe, then the Muslims are his followers. So he's writing in a lost found paper to his Muslim followers, right? He's not writing to his followers, he's writing to the lost found. Go pick up your book again. I know it's been about 30 years since you read it, if you ever read it. And if you read it once. Because the fast is over. Now the feast begins. We're taught in all religion, and this is page 47, 47, How to Live, book 2. All religions teach fasting, so that includes us too. Us who? The Muslims. Of course, as long as we are in the presence of God, we do not have to fast. What? But we're not always in his presence. In the hereafter, when all people receive rewards of goodness, who see the hereafter, there will be no fasting. We, the righteous, must fast as long as we are present among the unrighteous. We got to fast forever, brother. We got to fast for 10,000 years. I'm going Minister Eric Muhammad on you. We got to fast for the next cycle of history, 24,896 years. We must fast as long as we are present among the unrighteous. Later on the next page, it says, we here. We who? And then it has a parenthetical insert for you dumb jackasses. Right there. To tell you we who. We here. We who? Elijah Muhammad and his followers. Who that? Who that is? The Muslims. I prescribe for you the month of December to fast in, instead of the regular month that travels through the year. See, he called it regular. That means we got to go back to the regular month. No, the month of Ramadan comes very regularly. Comes every 28 and a half to 29 days, depending on the waning and waxing of the moon, like clockwork. The Gregorian calendar ain't like clockwork. Some months got 28 days, some months got 30 days, some months got 31 days. Those months don't come regular. But the lunar calendar is regular, if you're able to take it. Called Ramadan by the Muslims. The month they say Muhammad received the Holy Quran. He prescribed, it says, I'm not going to read all the next paragraph, but because of the unknown birth of Jesus, unknown to anybody except for Mary and Joseph, that we once worshiped this month as that birth month, even though Allah taught Messenger Muhammad that he wasn't born in December. He was born the first or second week in September. The man who was born in December is one of the most evil, wicked men that ever lived, Nimrod, who broke the civilization of Musa by 300 years, teaching the people to go against Musa's signs and laws. Nimrod's the one who told them to set up a tree. Nimrod's the one who told them to set up Easter to worship. Easter, Esther. His mama was Esther. And that's where the Trinity doctrine was supported, about the Son and the Father being one. Because Nimrod, his mama was his mama, but his mama was his woman too. So in Nimrod, the son and the father were one. And they still do that today, Brother Gerard. Joseph and Mary didn't tell when Jesus was going to be born because they were scared they were going to be killed by the Roman and Jewish authority of that time for adultery or fornication. But Master Muhammad writes they were not to be killed, for they were a sign of the black man in America, according to the Holy Quran. The spiritual, and they're a sign of the last messenger. The spiritual birth of the last messenger was not to be revealed, the exact timing of it. Otherwise, the ruling powers of this world would have worked harder and known how to stop that birth.
Yeah.
So Joseph and Mary were a sign of the spiritual birth of the nation here in the wilderness of North America, specifically with the birth of the last messenger, his spiritual birth. So no man knows the day Jesus was born, but they, Mary and Joseph and Mary themselves. This is the sign right here. No man of the evil world was to know when the spiritual birth of Muhammad was to take place. Most surely they do not know. So do not fast as the other religious people fast. So do not fast as the other religious people fast. Are the Muslims in the East other religious people? Do those Muslims in the East fast? Do they have a fast? Yes. Are they religious people? Yes. Messenger Muhammad says, do not fast as the other religious people fast. They have different objects and ways in which they fast, which are against the meaningful fasts that we take. We who? Elijah Muhammad and his followers. Who are Elijah Muhammad and his followers? The Muslims, dummy. I set this up for you and me to try to drive out of you the old slave master's worship of a false birthday, December 25th of Jesus. Later on to page 50. Because of the Jews' hot persecution against the birth of Jesus, the exact day of his birth was kept a secret. So, to break my people from the worship of a false birthday of Jesus, we who? Elijah Muhammad and his followers, the Muslims. We turned to abstaining from eating in the daylight hours during the month of December. This is in no way a fast. When we abstain from food for so short a time in the early morning until after sundown and darkness begins to appear, we cannot call this a fast. I ain't making nothing up. I'm reading to you, showing you where I got. Now, I can stand here and just say it. I know what he wrote. But you won't believe it. Even though it's right in front of your face. We cannot call this a fast, for we are eating the same way that we have always been eating. One meal in that day. What people is always been eating that way? Not the lost founds. The lost founds haven't been eating one meal a day. How about the Muslims in the East? Have they been eating one meal a day? We can't call this a fast. This is the way we have always been eating. We who? Elijah Muhammad and his followers. The Muslims.
Go ahead.
It is no fast to me and my followers to eat a meal after Sunday. We cannot call it a fast. Again, who is Elijah Muhammad and his followers? The Muslims. In the case of the Orthodox Muslims, he made a distinction.
Yes, sir.
You got Elijah Muhammad and his followers, the Muslims. Now in the next paragraph, two down, he says, in the case of the Orthodox Muslims. That's a distinction.
Yes, sir.
I guess you niggas missed the part in English with basic subject-verb agreement. I guess you're so stupid you can't see the difference between Elijah Muhammad and his followers, the Muslims, and the Orthodox Muslims.
Come on.
Because Wallace D. Muhammad and his international representative told you that the reason we fast in December is because the days are shorter. I will take $10,000 out of my brother Gerard's vest pocket
Go ahead.
for any man, any of you student ministers that I'm challenging to show me where Messenger Muhammad said the reason we fast in December is because the days are shorter. $10,000 out of my brother Gerard's vest pocket. And he got it too. He big pimping, y'all, for real.
Praise be to Allah.
In the case of the Orthodox Muslims, worship Ramadan by night, eating until after sunset and darkness approaches. They can eat all night long if they want to, until the next morning at dawn. They call this a fast. And they do. Back in the late 90s and the late 80s and early 90s, I hung around the Orthodox Muslims in Montgomery, Alabama, and I spent an entire Orthodox Ramadan with them. And that's exactly what they did. These weren't even Muslims from the East. These was niggers. These were former followers of the Messenger who went back into the grave and started worshiping a ghost again in Orthodox Islam. And that's what they did. They ate all. What's the last prayer called? Isha? Maghrib? Isha. They ate all the way from Isha at 9 o'clock at night, because in the summertime, that's when the sun set, all the way to Iftar, what they call breakfast in the morning. They was eating all night long. We stayed in the mosque. I saw it with my own eyes. You can't tell me a damn thing. Supreme wisdom is superior to what Wallace D. Muhammad said were the wisest people. Do you realize that the Muslims in the East are celebrating Christmas, Easter, and Halloween over there in the holy lands of Islam now? Sound like they need to fast with us to eliminate themselves from false worship. No, if there's any joining on that needs to be done, they need to join on with us, not us with them. They over there worshiping Christmas. We done got out of Christmas.
Come on.
They say that they do this in the month of Ramadan because Ramadan is the month in which the Holy Quran was revealed to Muhammad. This is Messenger Muhammad said. But the way I understand it, it teaches us that Muhammad received the Holy Quran over a period of 23 years. Not in 1 month. Not in 1 month was my words. Here's the message words. Muhammad did not receive the Holy Quran in the one night or in 1 day. And if he received the whole Quran in the month of Ramadan, why fast in that month? Prayer and fasting is asking Allah for something.
Right.
If you already have it, you don't keep praying for something and fasting for something that you already got. If we were, now back to Messenger Muhammad. If we were given what we want, the Holy Quran, in that month without fasting, I cannot understand why we should fast in the month of Ramadan. For the first revelation of the Holy Quran was already given in that month without fasting. 2 paragraphs down, Messenger Muhammad says, if you can convince me it is necessary to fast in the month of Ramadan because of Muhammad receiving the Holy Quran or the first revelation of the Holy Quran, then I will go along with it. If you can convince me. Who convinced the messenger that it was necessary to fast?
Nobody.
And when did the messenger fast and have his followers fast? The Muslims in the Arabic month of Ramadan. When did they fast in that month?
Yeah.
Not until the traitor Skunk Wallace and his international representative came along and told you to do it did we start fasting in that month. Messenger Muhammad never had his followers fast in that month. Why? We don't take the fast of other religious people. The object of their fast is different from ours. Our fast is meaningful. And their fast is against the object of our meaningful fast. But if you can convince him, he said he'd go along with it. And he never did. I challenge any of you, I'll take another $10,000 out of my brother Gerard's vest pocket. And I'll offer it up to anybody who can prove that Messenger Elijah Muhammad had his followers fasting in the 9th lunar month of the Arabic calendar. However, since you ain't convinced me, however, that's what however means. You ain't convinced me, so however, since the Holy Quran was received over a period of years, I'm very much baffled. I'm very much what, Brother Gerard?
Baffled.
He's baffled.
Yes, sir.
The messenger is confused.
Confused.
He's perplexed.
Flabbergasted.
He's clutching his pearls.
Go ahead.
He don't understand what the hell you want him to fast for receiving the Holy Quran, and you already got it.
Yes, sir.
Don't make no damn sense. He's baffled. I'm very much baffled and trying to understand why we should fast in the month of Ramadan. We should be rejoicing. Next paragraph down. Of course, this is the Arab way. Whose way is this?
The Arab way.
He didn't say it was the Muslims' way.
Right.
He didn't even say it was the Orthodox Muslim way.
Right.
He said it was the Arabs' way. Who were the Arabs at this time? This is the Arab, of course, this is the Arab way in their religious belief that they should fast. But I do say that it is not necessary to fast to get something that you have already received. See, I'm condemning you with the words of the messenger.
Go ahead.
You can fast all you want with them spook worshipers. Go right ahead, I'm not going to stop you. We already eat one meal a day. Some of us are eating every 3 days. That's why Minister Muhammad looked like he's 22 years old. The brother gonna be 63 years old.
Yeah.
Sue me. He gonna be 64 years old. I'm gonna be 63. I'm showing my age, forgetting stuff. He's 1 year older than me. He gonna be 64. You look like a little kid. So I don't have my followers fast because of the birth of a prophet. No, it's just to keep my followers from worshiping falsehood instead of truth. See, that's what the Orthodox Muslims in the East, they need to fast with us in December. Because now they're worshiping falsehood instead of truth. They're celebrating Christmas. They're celebrating Halloween. They're celebrating Easter in the Muslim countries. And you want us to fast with them? Get the hell out of here. They need to fast with us. The messenger told the minister to find a way to unite with the Orthodox world. They need to find a damn way to unite with us. Yeah, the way to unite with the Muslim world, y'all need to come follow what Messenger Muhammad said with us. You heard what he said. President Nasser wanted him to teach the whole country of Egypt. You heard what the messenger said. You wanted it. And as I say to my followers, we are not fasting in December. Well, what? We're not. But we call it a fast. I know we call it a fast. Some of us still say Happy Ramadan. But we're not, the messenger said, we are not fasting in the month of December. Excuse me, we are not fasting in December. We are just abstaining from taking part with false worship. That's it. We abstain from eating meat throughout the month. The Orthodox Muslims don't abstain from eating meat.
That's right.
We don't eat any land meats during our fast, which just ended.
Come on.
Which is no big deal for some of us, because some of us don't eat ne'er one land meat. Ningun land meat. Nine land meat. We don't eat no land meat. I don't. Maybe a little bit of fish that weigh from half a pound to 10 pounds. Maybe 2 or 3 times a month. Maybe I eat a little bit of fish. Master said it's from a different atmosphere. So it's good for us. We abstain from eating meat throughout the month of Ramadan. Hyphen, the month of December. We abstain from eating meat throughout the month of Ramadan. Hyphen, the month of December. Not the 9th lunar month in the Arabic calendar called Ramadan, before Shaban, after Shaban and before Shawwal. When the Orthodox finish the fast of Ramadan, Ramadan is over, then the next month starts, which is called Shawwal. Then they have Eid el-Fitr, the feast after the fast. Then they really eat like a bunch of savages. You want to see some fat Muslims, go to Eid el-Fitr. How do you get fat during Ramadan? Because you eating all night long, from sundown until sun up. The followers of the messenger, we eat once a day anyway. This is how we eat all year. This is how you're supposed to eat all year. So it ain't no biggie for us who are following how to eat to live. For y'all big fat Muslims, y'all big fat student ministers, y'all big soft teddy bear looking, Pillsbury Doughboy looking ministers, all soft and puffy, look like you holding water. You niggas need to take some Midol. Carrying all that weight. Looking like a damn Christian. You lost your Muslim shine. You lost your militant disposition. You hardly see a fat soldier. Except for now, with America going down, they got all kinds of fatties in the military now. When I was in the military, everybody was sharp, especially the Marines. You saw them when they had the military parade during Donald Trump's first term, and they was marching in Washington. They was all. It was all right. You didn't see that? It was all, when they had the military parade on June 14th of his Flag Day, which is his birthday.
I heard about it.
It was all marching out of step, out of shape. Even Trump was embarrassed, said, "We're firing all you fatties in the military." Then remember he brought all them generals in? He said, "All y'all that are fat, you're getting fired." It's embarrassing to have a fat soldier. It's embarrassing to have somebody purporting to be a follower of the messenger talking about they a minister, you fat. Okay, yeah, sure. A few people do have a medical condition. All y'all niggas ain't got no damn medical condition. You just fat. You won't push away from the table. I'm fasting during the month of Ramadan. Nigga, you don't look like you lost no weight. I'm 6 after the 30th of November. I'm 6'6". I weigh 232 pounds on the 30th of November. Asked my wife, I weighed myself 2 days ago. I'm still 6'6". 220 pounds.
Go ahead.
I didn't do nothing different. I wasn't trying to lose weight. I wasn't exercising hard. Y'all be trying to clown me because I be doing high intensity aerobics, Zumba. Y'all try to clown me for that. I'm in better shape than y'all is. So I didn't do any Zumba or hit the weight room the whole month of December because I had this cough that I was dealing with, and I hurt my ankle real bad. So I couldn't exercise. Yet I still lost over 12 pounds. Because I wasn't eating nothing in between.
Go ahead.
And if you're really, now I can't find this for the message in How to Eat to Live, but if you're really doing the fast real, you're not eating like a king, dining on filet mignon and ribeye.
Simple meal.
You eat a very simple meal.
Yes, sir.
The most simple meal for the Muslim is the navy bean soup.
Go ahead.
So me and my wife have been eating a lot of navy bean soup
Go ahead.
and a lot of lentil soup.
Yes, sir.
Soup is a good way to lose weight because it's mostly water, so it fills you up, so you're not hungry. But it fills you up so you don't have as many calories. So I lost weight even doing all that.
Go ahead.
The hell you niggas doing being fat? You talking about you fasting. The hell you are. You're a liar. So here the messenger redefines the month of Ramadan. It's the month of December. Abstain from food from the rising of the sun until the sun sets. The chapter ends. This is not fasting. A fast is from 2 to 3 days or more without food.
Go ahead.
That is a fast. That will prolong your life if you can go to every 2 days. If you're on one meal a day and you're still gaining weight, like me, I'm slowly still gaining weight. I'm not getting fat, but I can tell. Now, don't clown me. I said this uniform was 25 years old. I lied. In the brim of my hat, it says February of 03. So it's about 23 years old. The suit is 23 years old.
Yes, sir.
It's the same one.
Go ahead.
I had it altered.
See.
I had it taken out. My waist is still basically the same size. Maybe a little bit bigger. But I'm hard-headed. I'm not going to every other day yet. As I should, because your metabolism changes.
Yes, sir.
With the help of Allah, maybe I'll go to every other day in 2026. All Muslims who respect fasting take the fast of Ramadan. See, the messenger said it. Yeah, but back here he said the month of December, Ramadan, the month of December. And then here in the chapter 15 he says, we're not taking the month of Ramadan as prescribed in the Holy Quran. We take the Christians' 12th month instead of the 9th month to get you away from worshiping Jesus. Later on page 56, the messenger says, Ramadan, the Holy Quran teaches us, is the month that the Holy Quran was revealed to Muhammad. And they worship the month by abstaining from eating and drinking during the daytime from sunup to sundown, or before the sun rises until after the sun sets in the western skies. Then after dark, we can eat, drink, until the sun rises again the next day. We who? The ones who fast that way in the east. Why is he saying we there? Because they're part of the original nation.
Come on.
So they are we.
Teach.
These are articles written in a newspaper, compiled later into a book. Then after dark, we can eat and drink until the sun rises again the next day. The significance of this Arabic, again, he said Arab way of fasting in chapter 4. Now he says this is the Arabic way of fasting in Ramadan. What's the significance of it, brothers? The messenger tells us. It is that the spiritual darkness of Yaqub's made man, the white race,
Yes, sir.
eating and drinking, sport and play were the order of the white world. Until, it was the order of the white world until when? Until the daybreak of truth coming in the first of the 7,000th year. After the 6,000 years, that's the 6 white stripes, 7,000 years is the 7 red stripes, of spiritual darkness and evil of the white man's world. So the fast that the Orthodox, no, not the Orthodox, the fast that the Arabs take, the Arabic way of fasting, is to worship the spiritual darkness of Yaqub's made man, the white race. Their object is different from the meaningful fast that we, the Muslims, take. We are fasting as a sign of the end of fasting. They are fasting, worshiping spiritual darkness, sport and play, murder and death, murder and destruction of the original man. It's the Arabic way of fasting. Why? Because the Arabic scientists who run Mecca are the followers of Yaqub. White Muslims rule in Mecca, so we are taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. White scientists rule there. Did the messenger say that? How did white scientists get into power? Because when we drove the new devils out of Mecca, some of them hid. Some of our people hid them. And they hid back because they were causing trouble amongst the righteous. So they stopped their direct troublemaking when we rounded them up. But we couldn't find all of them. So they stepped to the background, started blending in, and came up with strategies to rise up in power other than exposing who they really were. They celebrated the Arabic fasting. The significance is the spiritual darkness of Yaqub's made man. Sport and play is the order of the day during the period of darkness until the daybreak of truth. That's why during the day they can't eat. They can't party. They can't do their thing. Can't do it under the light of the sun. The sun is a truth giver. The sun is a falsehood dispeller. The sun exposes your evil. But under the cover of night, in the darkness, grimy niggas, criminals, be breaking in cars, breaking in homes. And the real criminals, the white people who rose in power in Islam in Mecca, then they can really do their evil. Sport and play. Eat all night, drink all night, party like you just don't care till the sun comes up. Then you got to stop. But they can do it all night long because they're celebrating spiritual darkness until the daybreak of truth. Symbolically, when the God come in the early days of the 7,000th year, then he bust up all that sport and play. All that they did in the dark. He shined the light of truth on them. Not the sunlight, but his dividing truth that he put in the mouth of his messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We are living now in that bright spiritual world of Allah, the great Mahdi, to whom praise is due forever. And we are not the children of darkness, but the children of light and truth. Actually, divinely, there is no set fast for the children of light, and their fasting ceases. But until we accomplish our work of perfection of self and separation of us from the spiritual darkness of Yaqub's made man, we're trying to separate ourselves from spiritual darkness. The Arab are fasting to celebrate the spiritual darkness. But you niggas want to take part in the fast with them because that's their object. We're trying to celebrate from the spiritual darkness. Arabs are celebrating it. You dummies want to fast with the Arabs. when Messenger Muhammad tell you what both fast mean. Now listen to this closely. There is no such thing that we should worship any white people's holiday. See, this line proves that my analysis is correct. What holidays has the messenger denoted in the previous 2 chapters? Christmas is one. That's a white people holiday. Thanksgiving is another. It's another white people holiday. We don't celebrate none of them. What's another white people holiday that the messenger mentioned in these 2 chapters? The Arabic fast of Ramadan. We don't celebrate and worship no white people's holidays. All that they worship are their days and not the slaves, the black people's days. Oh, you got to read what the messenger taught real close today.
Yes, sir. That's right.
So you don't get fooled. No white people's holidays. Not Christmas, not Easter, not Thanksgiving, not Halloween. The Arabs, the Muslims in the East, they following and worshiping all them holidays. Valentine's Day, all of them. And another white people's holiday is the Orthodox fast of Ramadan. Sport and play, the order of the day for Yaqu's people, the white race.
Yes, sir.
Tell me I'm lying. I told you I'll take you apart with the teachers of the messenger. I'll slice you and dice you with the teachers of the messenger. Not a damn thing you can do about it.
Go ahead.
I don't give a damn what the traitor Skunk Wallace said and his international representative said. Don't give a damn. I only care what the messenger said.
Go ahead.
There is not one day that we should worship. The past Thanksgiving that you were celebrating, what do you have to thank God for the last Thursday? Black man should not take place in any white people's holiday, not even Sunday. These are not our days. These are not our days. Please remember this. And chapter 15 ends with 2 paragraphs. I'm going to read the second to last paragraph. But before I read it, in what the Muslims want and what the Muslims believe, in the Muslim program, who are the Muslims? And what the Muslims want, who are the Muslims? And what the Muslims believe, who are the Muslims? You sure it's not the Arabs? You sure it's not the Orthodox Muslims? You sure it's not the Sudanese? You sure it's not the Mauritanians? It's not the Egyptians? How about the Moroccans? How about the UAE, the United Emirates, the United Arab Emirates, which used to be called Abu Dhabi? How about that? Bacha said he met some of the messenger was talking to some people from Abu Dhabi, and the messenger told him they were emissaries from Abu Dhabi. Bacha said he had never heard of Abu Dhabi back then. He was a well-read man and had never heard of Abu Dhabi. So How to Live was compiled how? First compiled in a book? Articles in lost found Negro American newspapers. So the audience of those articles was who? The messenger's followers? Lost found Negroes who he was trying to get out of worshiping the month of December. He didn't have to fight with his followers to get them to stop Christmas. He didn't have to write articles to his followers to get them to stop following Christmas. Think, dummy! The Muslims. Me and my followers. Who? The Muslims. Elijah Muhammad and his followers. Who that is? The Muslims. Let me read the paragraph before last in number 15. 15. See, if I was spooky like y'all, I'd be making, 15 chapter of How to Live means temple number 15 is eating the right spiritual food. You understand what I'm saying? If I was crazy like y'all. The Muslims, as I aforesaid, who? So what's the subject of this paragraph? And I think I've beaten the dead horse on who the Muslims are. The Muslims, as I aforesaid, do not eat nor drink from before sunrise until after the sun has set. If you take it with them, if you, who's the messenger writing this article to?
The Negro.
You take it. What is it? Of, and the month of that is now the month of December.
Yes, sir.
It's right in the how to eat to live.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
If you take it with them, think. What's the subject of this paragraph? Starts off,
Right.
the Muslims, as I foresaid.
Yes, sir.
So who is them? The Muslims. Who are the Muslims? I'm losing my voice. Sound like Peter Brady. What you know about that, Brother Jerome? What you know about Peter Brady's voice cracking?
That's the greatest black man.
If you take it with them, who is them? My followers, Elijah Muhammad is saying. The subject of this paragraph, the Muslims. You dummies think the Muslims are the Arabs and Orthodox Muslims in the East.
Come on, make it plain.
He's telling the lost found that if you take the fast of Ramadan in December with my followers, the Muslims, them, then you are doing a good thing. Why? Because you're removing yourself from false worship. Then you are doing the right thing. Sorry, not a good thing. You're doing the right thing until this evil world has vanished. Now, after that thorough dissection of just 2 chapters of How to Eat to Live, I know there's some of you jackasses out there who are going to try and say it's okay to fast in the month of Ramadan. I know you're going to still say it. And I'm going to say, whatever the hell you niggas are doing in Ramadan with the Arabs and the Orthodox world, really the Arabic way of fasting, we are still doing better than that when you're doing your fast. Still got people in the temple eating every 3 days. Still got people like me who ain't eating no lamb meats and eating 1 meal a day. It ain't no thing to us, so do what you want to do. You're celebrating the spiritual darkness of Yaqub's made man. The messenger said so. Take it or let it alone.
Right.
You think so little of the messenger's fast. I ain't heard nobody teaching on or talking about fasting or abstaining from eating during the month of December. Not one of you. Why? Because Wallace D. Mohammed and his international representative said that you didn't have to, we fasted in that month because it was shorter, and that the messenger eventually wanted us to fast with the Orthodox world, even though the messenger said he baffled as to why they fasted that month.
Right.
But you niggas are unbaffled by Wallace. Well, his international representative said he was the wisest leader that ever lived, and was promoted in his lessons called the Supreme Wisdom of W.D. Muhammad. But see, now the fast is over. We completed it successfully.
That's right.
Really not a fast. We just abstained from eating and didn't eat no lamb meats. And soon the famine is going to attack America, just like it attacked Pharaoh because of the evils Pharaoh was doing to his neighbors and to the children of Israel. So Allah said he's going to choke off the resources of Pharaoh. Famine just don't mean food. So Messenger Muhammad said the holy sciences of Islam moved the sun closer to the earth. and it burned up the remaining crop of what the white man has had. He said it burned up the cattle. And he said the cattle look up at the sun like, what did I do? Well, the message said, you didn't do nothing. Allah says to the cattle, you didn't do nothing. But I can't allow the white man to fatten you up, to feed himself and keep himself strong. I got to keep him weak. The less meat a man eat, especially that man, the less savage and brutish he becomes. He ain't got enough meat from traditional sources to feed his people. That's why everything's processed now. He ain't got enough. So if you take the fast with them, if you, the lost found so-called American Negro, take it, the fast of Ramadan in December, with them, the Muslims, who are the Muslims, the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, with them, then you are doing the right thing. You jackasses fasting with the Arabs, you're celebrating the spiritual darkness of Yaqub's made man. You want to keep doing that? Go right ahead. You talk more about that now than you talk about December. Because you're a follower of the skunk traitor, Wallace D. Muhammad, and his international representative. And you're looking more like Wallace's followers every day. They look fat. They look soft. They look spongy and doughy. They start wearing all kind of weird clothes. You start wearing all kind of weird uniforms, different from the original uniform. Now you're trying to come back and put the original uniform on so you look more like a follower of the messenger. Except you put the uniform on now, and it's like stretching out. And we see all these spaces. Y'all can't move in your uniform because you're fat. Or it look like a big tent on you to hide your pot belly, your pot gut, because you're eating all day long. Yeah, the fast is over. The famine is coming on us, but the feast for the followers of the messenger begins. Thank you for listening, and may Allah bless you as I greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, sir.
All praises are due to Allah. For the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praises are due to Allah. For the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.